race coverage that is taking place at the Phoenix Raceway. And we have it all live for you right here, flag to flag content as usual on KRC. It's a big one, obviously. It's the final live commentary stream of the year, final NASCAR race of the year. And it's going to be 3 months before we start doing this all over again. So just wanted to say thanks as we get into the start of today's stream for tuning in all season long. Whether you're new, whether you're a returning viewer from last year, maybe even the season before when we were doing just Cup Series content. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in on a weekly basis. And without further ado, we've got 312 laps, 312 miles of racing left here today. Thanks for everybody watching, and thanks for everybody participating, by the way, in the Fantasy League also. We got a lot to go over in this pre-race show. I'm going to talk about, obviously, the 4 drivers running for the championship today. Who I think is going to win the championship between those 4 drivers. Who do I think is going to compete for a race win? Maybe it'll be one of those 4. Maybe it'll be somebody who's not in the championship 4 like last season when Ross Chastain was able to win this very race. And who is not going to run well in the season finale, as well as I've had a pretty good stranglehold on those predictions as well throughout the course of the season. We'll go over the year-end review predictions as well. We'll go through the full points standings to see where every Cup Series driver ranks coming into this race here today, not just the Championship 4 side of things. So, again, a lot to cover here as we are a little over a half hour from the drop of the green flag on this Sunday afternoon. As far as the fantasy standings go, we'll get into that first, and obviously that'll lead into the prediction side. If you're not in the Fantasy League already, be sure to join on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season. If you win our regular season and or playoff championship, we have 2 separate champions. And for this playoffs only, as I've mentioned, all the way through the postseason, the top 2 will get our grand prize this year specifically. So one off where the top 2 will get the grand prize. And as I'm on NASCAR.com right now, you can go towards the top of the screen. There will be a quick link section, Fantasy Live tab. We'll click on that, obviously. And it is free to join. All you need is your email to sign up. And you'll want to join for KRC League, obviously, so you're entered into the contest to try to win that season championship. Again, KRC League. KRC in all caps, space, then a capital L on League. I will put the name of that in the chat real quick. There we go. And as you can see, my team is all set, ready to go. I've got Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain, and then Martin Truex Jr. My starting 6, or starting 5 into 6. You have until the end of stage 2 to set who the actual 5 drivers are that will get rewarded points. Obviously, with it being the final race of the season, not going to go above the 5 usages for these drivers. You only get up to 5 in the playoffs. Through the regular season, it was 10. So you do have to mix and match your team every week. And your garage driver does not count as an actual usage once that locks again at the end of stage 2. Head-to-head picks every week. There's 4 of them. This week I've got Ryan Blaney beating out Joey Logano, William Byron beating out Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson beating Denny Hamlin, and Chase Elliott beating Ross Chastain. But enough of my team. Now let's take a look at the actual league standings. So overall, we did crown our regular season champion already. And that was Monster Jam X10, who is currently sitting 10th in the playoff grid with 1,631 points. So he will not be able to win the playoff and regular season championship. So we won't have a sweep like we did last year when Inside Uranus had won the regular season and playoff championship. Now, oddly enough, Inside Uranus leads this year's playoff championship standings, 1,802 points to Hercules Harrigan, who has 1,799, just 3 points back as we enter today's race. Frank T26 sits in 3rd with 1,777. Also a tight race between the top 4, as Troy the Great has 1,760 points. So that means we have just 42 points separating the top 4 in the standings. We've seen people be able to win the league in that specific week with over 250 points. So the fact that we have 42 points separating 4 teams or 4 players in this fantasy league through the first 9 races of the playoffs is honestly quite exhilarating, I would imagine, for those 4, but especially here as just me running the league, I have not seen it this close in the first few years of the channel for the regular season or the playoff side of things. Sometimes you'll get 2 players within like 20, 30 points of each other at the end of the regular season. We've had that happen before. Last year, I think at the end of the regular season, it was like a 20-something point difference going in. But the fact that we have 42 points separating 4 players, the top 2 are separated by just 3 points, it could really go any one of these guys' way. So good luck to all of you that are in there, and maybe even some of the long shots like CRN Corona and P-Chat Motorsports, who are also within 100 points of the lead. They're not necessarily mathematically out of it, though with that many teams in between first and sixth, it's going to be hard for the difference in teams to go their way, but not impossible by any means. And we'll check this out, obviously, at the end of the race and the end of the stream in a few hours from now. Quick shout outs to those of you watching in the chat, by the way, as well, before we get into the deep side of this predictions portion of the live stream. We've got JoJo, Frank Powers, Corbin Butler, Lincoln, Kim Hollingsworth, Patrick Shadley, M. David Dellinger Jr., Wade. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. You guys are the first in the chat below. Be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content along the way. Road to 6K subscribers, and our goal for likes on the stream, 150. So now into the predictions for who I think will run well, not run well, and then we'll spotlight the championship 4 drivers at the end, and I'll give you my championship and race win predictions. So far on the weekend, Friday I ended up taking Corey Heim to win the race and the championship. He did not. He finished in second. It was Ty Majeski winning the truck title. And then for the Xfinity race yesterday, I actually took Eric Almirola to win the owner's title and the driver's championship to go to Cole Custer. Custer finished second in the championship standings for both the, second in the driver's standings. He wasn't in the owner's standings. And then Almirola finished second in the owner's standings, just one spot behind Almirola there. So over 3 so far in the predictions this weekend. But before that, I was on a hot streak, so not going to fault myself necessarily. Race win picks at the end of the truck season now. We're sitting at 10 race win predictions for the Xfinity Series. Now that that's over, 7 for the Cup Series. And I have gotten back-to-back weeks. I took Tyler Reddick at Homestead, took Ryan Blaney at Martinsville. So we'll see if I can finish out the year with a 3-race winning streak. I don't know if I've ever predicted 3 winners in a row, 3 straight weeks for the Cup Series. So this could be a first. But I'd say it might be an easier pick with it being championship weekend. And more often than not, we see the championship winner win the championship. Obviously, last season that was not the case with Ross Chastain winning the season finale. But most of the time, under this playoff format especially, that is the case. So I'm going to start off with the 2 drivers who I don't think are going to run particularly well. If you have them in your fantasy leagues today, I would take them out. Sorry if you're fans of either one of these 2 drivers. I will say that on the forefront. Not picking on them every week. I try to rotate the drivers that I throw in this list. And this week I've got Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher, 24th in practice, qualified 24th. Fords look pretty quick on the flat tracks all season, but for some reason Chris Buescher hasn't had the consistent speed that the Penske's or even really the SHR Fords have had on these flatter tracks. You look at even Martinsville last week, SHR had a pretty decent performance, especially through practice qualifying. Race finishing order, maybe not as well as a Ryan Blaney or even a Joey Logano. Austin Cindric had a top 5. Again, the 3 Penske cars. But at least they showed speed throughout. RFK Racing did not. I went with Buescher over Keselowski because I do feel like I have Keselowski on the don't have list, maybe more so than Buescher. Buescher specifically at Phoenix, although he has had a top 5 the last 2 races here, speed this weekend in particular just doesn't seem to be there. Again, 24th qualifications, 24th practice at the back half of the field. So he's going to have an uphill climb starting deep in the field and not really showing a lot of speed so far this weekend. Only 1 top 10 finish in the last 7 races for Buescher as well. He got that win at Watkins Glen in the first round of the playoffs, and then after that, it's like he's been on an early offseason ever since. He got that win out of the way. He wasn't racing for a championship, and everything has been pretty relaxed, I'd probably say, for that 17 team. That only top 10 finish was a 10th place finish at Las Vegas, so 10th his best finish in the last 7 races. He was outside the top 10 in the 5, 10, and 15 lap categories in practice, so again, short run speed not there, probably why overall in practice he was as low as he was, and same for qualifying in the running order. So stay away from Chris Buescher. Maybe he sneaks into a top 10 late, but ultimately I'm going to pick for him not to have a top 10 finish. Ty Gibbs, I'm also going to take him on the don't have list this weekend. And I haven't had him on the don't have list very often this year. I've spoken very highly of Ty Gibbs through his 2nd season in the Cup Series. But as of late, kind of like Chris Buescher, been very, very bad. In fact, even worse than what Buescher has been. Ty Gibbs has finished 30th or worse in the last 4 races so far this season. That's the entirety of the round of 8 of the playoffs, and that includes the Roval and the elimination race of the round of 12. Again, 30th or worse. Only one top 10 finish in his last 10 races this season, and that was a 5th place finish at Kansas, which was 6 races ago. So not looking good for Gibbs on consistency. Now, he does have speed this weekend, so it could be possible to overcome. He was 7th in practice and qualified 6th, so the top 10 speed's there. He also had speed at Phoenix earlier in the season. He finished 3rd in the spring race and he led 57 laps. So, if there is a weekend for him to finish strong on the year and finally break through with a top 10 finish late in the season and end the season off with a little bit of a high note, I think it would be today for Ty Gibbs. But considering the lack of success that he's had recently, I would kind of lean towards that not being the case. Most of the time, it's been just not executing throughout the race. He's had speed. He's ran top 10 through most of it. Gets into a pit road speeding penalty, for instance, at Bristol. He was up in the top 5, top 10 the whole day. Pit crew has made some mistakes. Because he is running mid-pack on a restart, gets caught up in an incident like he had at Vegas. Like I think there was another race in there. I think the Roval, he got caught up in an incident on a restart as well, and that's why he finished outside the top 30. So I don't expect Ty Gibbs to get a top 10 today. That's why I had him on the don't have list. But like I said, the speed is there. Can they execute on race day is going to be the next question. And knowing that they're not in the championship 4 and they've really been eliminated from the playoffs since the round of 16, I think more of the focus from the Toyota camp on a Reddick, maybe a Martin Truex Jr. because it's a season finale. We'll see what that 54 team can do otherwise. As far as the sleeper picks for today's race, I'm going to go with Austin Cindric. I mentioned that he had a top 5 at Martinsville a week ago, 4th place, and the flatter tracks have been great for Penske all season long. Finishes on the flatter tracks for Cindric include a win at Gateway earlier this season. Like I mentioned, 4th at Martinsville last week. He finished 7th at Indy. And even the Roval in the last 4 races, he finished 4th in that race as well, even though it's not really a flat track necessarily, but the consistency to have 2 top 5 finishes in the last 4 races for a driver that doesn't really finish in the top 5 very often, that's very good. Penske's had a lot of speed recently, obviously with Las Vegas, Joey Logano getting the win. Ryan Blaney winning last week and 2nd the weekend before, and this weekend, Joey Logano qualifying on the pole. Ryan Blaney fastest in practice, and Austin Cindric was actually top 5 in practice as well, 5th overall. He qualified 11th. He's going to be hanging around the top 10 today. I think Austin Cindric at the end of the race does get a top 10 finish and has a good solid end of the season. If he could do that and maybe even like sneak in with the top 5 late, can you imagine him getting 3 top 5s in the last 5 races of the season? That'd be a strong finish to what was a mediocre year at best. But getting into the playoffs with the win at Gateway, maybe he starts the year off strong next year and can be way more consistent in season number 3. We've seen a lot of veterans in the sport nowadays really turn the corner in recent years as a young driver in season 3. So we'll see what Cindric's got for next year, but I think he finishes out 2024 strong. Ross Chastain, the defending winner of this race, great at Phoenix. 3 top 3 finishes in the last 5 races, which would actually be all 5 next-gen races here. 6th or better in 4 of those 5. Obviously, he was the winner of this race a season ago. He led 157 laps in that race. He qualified 3rd this weekend, so showing a lot of short-run speed. And the long-run speed looks great as well. He was 8th or better in 20-lap average and beyond in practice, 20, 25, 30-lap averages. So I think Ross Chastain's going to have a top 10 car in the long run. He's obviously quick on the short run. Qualifying has not been great for him most of the season, and the races he has qualified well, he's competed for the wins in. You look back at Vegas earlier in the playoffs, he got a win at Kansas. So he has been heating up later in the year. I think Ross Chastain could be a competitor for the race win yet again today. Another driver who I think could go out and potentially win, he's in his final Cup Series race in full-time competition, and that would be Martin Truex Jr. Now, last week, I had him on the must-have list because he looked fast in practice. He qualified on the pole. Well, this week, he was 2nd overall in practice, and he qualified on the pole for the 2nd straight week. Again, that being Martin Truex Jr. 8th or better in the 5, 10, 15, and 20-lap averages in practice. So, again, top 10 speed there. Although I think he can compete for the win of the non-championship 4 drivers. I don't think he's going to get the win necessarily, but I do think he's going to lead some laps. Obviously, starting on the pole, he should lead at least a few laps. He did at Martinsville last week in the early going. And he did lead 55 laps in the spring race earlier this season as well. So, again, speed going to be there for Truex. Kind of like with Ty Gibbs. Lack of success recently, including even last week, but maybe going out on the limb a little bit. And saying that Mark Truex Jr. has a good send-off in his final race. You look at recent years as well. Jimmy Johnson, his final full-time Cup Series competition race 2020. He had a top 5 right here at Phoenix. Kevin Harvick, last season, retired from full-time Cup Series competition. Haven't actually seen him back at the track since. At least Jimmy Johnson's been at the track in a handful of races this week, or this year, and in fact is at the track this weekend. For Martin Truex Jr., I think he's going to have a good send-off. He's a former champion, just like a Jimmy Johnson, just like a Kevin Harvick. Maybe not necessarily to the level of those drivers, but obviously still has enough speed in the race car on a weekly basis, considering he did qualify on the pole 2 weeks in a row. So I'm going with Truex to have a pretty solid day in his send-off. And I'm sure a lot of fans out there would like to see that too. Whether you're 19 fans or just NASCAR fans in general, you always want a driver to finish out their career strongly. And I think Truex is going to do just that. He was in contention for the win through most of last season. I was actually looking back. He only led 1 lap, but he did finish 6th. And his finish also in the spring race here was 7th. So good races. Again, not necessarily leading a bunch of laps in those races, but I do think he's going to be in the top 10 all day. All right, so now we're going to talk about the Ford Championship 4 drivers. And I'm going to rank them in descending order of how I think they're going to finish in the championship hunt. So least likely to most likely to win the championship. I think the least likely of these Championship 4 drivers to win the title this week is going to be Tyler Reddick. Reddick has no top 10 finishes in all 4 of his career Phoenix Fall races. Not good stat to go off of there. He finished 10th in the spring race earlier this season, but 10th is not going to cut it for the championship here today. He did lead 68 laps, and he was 1st and 2nd in both stages, so whatever hope there is for Reddick. He did have speed here earlier this season, but the execution was not there ultimately by the end. In the final stage of the race, too, he just didn't look nearly as quick as what he did earlier in the day. Fell behind on the setup a little bit throughout the course of the race. Maybe wasn't making the right adjustments to keep up with the racetrack compared to what other teams were able to from the start. And I think maybe he'll do a little bit better job of that here today. He did qualify 10th, not as good as what he qualified here in the spring. Again, the Fords, Penske in particular, has been a lot better on the flatter tracks now than what they were at the very beginning of the season when the Ford body got revamped during the offseason. They were struggling early in the year, and even they still had a couple of drivers finish up in the top 5, top 10 earlier this spring. They look just way more dominant at this style of racetrack now. The only outlier, I think, for Toyota that had a great chance of winning the title coming into this weekend was probably going to be Christopher Bell. I've been mentioning it all playoffs, even really since June at Gateway. Christopher Bell was my championship favorite. If he made it to Phoenix, he was going to have a shot. Unfortunately, last week with the late penalty following the finish of the race, he did not make it. It looked like he was going to get in on a tiebreaker. He did not. He misses by 4 points. And I think Bell can compete for the win here today. Don't see the same for Tyler Reddick. So we'll see if he can get it done. 23XI's first Championship 4 appearance, obviously. Michael Jordan, first Championship 4 appearance. And Denny Hamlin not racing for a title, but maybe could win it as an owner. We'll have to wait and see. I'm just not very optimistic that that would be the case. Honestly, with where he qualified, I think it's going to be tough for him just to run top 5. He was 21st overall in practice as well, so better in qualifying than what it was in the race. They made good setup changes overnight Friday into qualifying Saturday, but the odds are stacked against him, I think, compared to the other 3. So William Byron's going to be my number 3 candidate to potentially win the championship here today. Again, staying strong with the Penske and the Fords are just so much better in the flat tracks. William Byron, though, has been better than Tyler Reddick so far this season on a more consistent basis, especially throughout the playoffs. Really, if Reddick didn't get his win at Homestead, he definitely would not be here. But you could say the same for Logano and his win at Vegas, Blaney, his win at Martinsville. But even you look at last week on a flat track, for instance, mechanical issues for Reddick, finished 31st. That's not promising. William Byron at least had a strong run, was running top 5 most of the day. Final run, he faded a bit. One thing I've noticed about Hendrick Motorsports, I know I mentioned it a lot this season, but it is the case. They just don't seem to have the long run speed compared to the Fords and the Toyotas that seem to be better on the longer runs. When we get long green flag runs, the Chevys get good fire off speed. They'll qualify well. How many times do we see Hendrick cars, starting up towards the front of the field? Byron's nabbed a handful of poles this season. Kyle Larson, I believe, was 1 pole off the most of the year with Michael McDowell. They'll start up there, and they won't always necessarily finish up there. I do think Byron's going to have a good day. He's going to keep pressure on. Pit crew's always good with HMS. If we get some late cautions, that could really go his way. Again, if he's got that short run speed, which I think he's going to, he'll at least be in contention, I think, until the final laps. But I don't ultimately see him winning the championship specifically. He has had good Phoenix stats, 7 top 10s in his last 10 starts here. 3 finishes of 6th or better in the last 4 at Phoenix specifically with this next-gen car. And he led 64 and 95 laps in both races last season. The 95 was in the fall championship race, which he was also in the championship for in. He won the spring race. Not as good in the spring race earlier this season compared to what he did in both Phoenix races last year. Toyota's, again, really stepped it up in the spring race at Phoenix and on the flatter tracks this entire next-gen. These flatter tracks with longer straightaways, Phoenix, New Hampshire, Gateway. They're definitely going to have to get better at this style of racetrack if I think they're going to end up winning a championship as long as Phoenix stays as the finale. Byron being the only championship 4 driver for HMS this weekend doesn't up their odds, I guess, of winning compared to a Penske who has 2 cars in. Now, between Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano, you really could flip a coin as to who is going to win. Logano's got the better track position off the start of this race. That's helpful. Blaney was quicker in practice and a lot better on the longer run. Ryan Blaney was fastest in 5, 10, and 15 lap averages in practice. He did not make one full stint of a green flag run longer than 20 laps, so we don't know exactly what his lap averages look beyond that, but considering the speed he has had at Phoenix over recent years compared to Joey Logano, I'm going to side with Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano did win the championship here in 2022, yes, but that was his last top 10 finish he's had at Phoenix, and earlier this season at the Phoenix Raceway, he, as I mentioned, finished outside the top 10, not a great run. 11th or worse in the last 3 races here. And as far as other flat track races go for Joey Logano, although he runs well, it seems like Ryan Blaney has the upper hand on the flatter tracks this season particularly. You compare Pocono, for instance, Ryan Blaney first, Joey Logano 5th. We go to Iowa, Ryan Blaney first, Joey Logano 6th. North Wilkesboro, Logano had the upper hand first versus a Ryan Blaney in 5th, but also leading into that race during the offseason last year, Joey Logano had hundreds of laps of testing at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Ryan Blaney did not. So that obviously could have been an upper hand for him and versus really the rest of the field as to why he maybe dominated that one. Richmond is an outlier for Joey Logano. He did run a lot better in both Richmond races, but statistically speaking, Ryan Blaney in his career at Richmond, one of his worst racetracks. So obviously, this year that wasn't going to really turn around, even though he has been better with the next-gen car at Richmond than what he had with, say, the Gen 6. It's still one of his worst tracks statistically. Indianapolis, 3rd for Ryan Blaney, gets the upper hand. Joey Logano didn't even finish in the top 10. Martinsville, last week, obviously, Ryan Blaney gets the win. And for Joey Logano, he ended up finishing 10th. First Martinsville race, they ran pretty similar to one another, but Blaney still beat him 5th versus Joey Logano 6th. There's another race I'm looking at. Phoenix earlier in the spring, obviously. Joey Logano, no top 10, as I mentioned already, and Ryan Blaney finished 5th in that race. Blaney was the only driver in the spring Phoenix race to actually finish up in the top 5. And Blaney's stats a lot better than Logano's here at Phoenix. As I mentioned already, Logano 3 straight finishes outside the top 10. Ryan Blaney's got 6 straight top 5s here. Obviously, the last 5 races with the next gen, as well as the last race here with the Gen 6 car and the championship race back in 2021. 8 top 5s in the last 11 races in total for Ryan Blaney at Phoenix. So he was good here even before the next gen, but with the next gen, even better. 10 top 10s in those last 11 races for him. So he's just consistently the best driver at this racetrack compared to the others in the championship 4. He just hasn't broke through and won, but he proved last year he didn't have to win the race to win the title. He also started in a similar position to what he did last season. Starts 17th today, and he started 16th last year. So although he had a hiccup in qualifying compared to Logano qualifying on the front row, although he may not get there through the short first stage of the race, I think he could definitely get there as the race winds on. Blaney's had a lot of good long run speed, obviously, all season long, and we saw that last weekend in full display as well. So that's my full in-depth predictions there, taking Blaney for the win, for the championship here today. If he doesn't win the race today, look for a Christopher Bell or a Ross Chastain to win, maybe a Martin Truex Jr. So if he doesn't win this race along with the championship, those are my three favorites for the don't have, or the not the don't haves, but my three favorites for the um, non-championship four drivers. So that is my full in-depth predictions. 48-13 record on don't have picks this weekend. 22-36 sleepers. That's not great for the sleeper pick side of things. It gets a little easier though in the playoffs when you got guys that are eliminated from the postseason I can throw in there, like this weekend with the Chastain and Truex. Average finish is off. I haven't calculated average finish since Bristol night. It was a 12.0 at that point for picking whoever I had to win, and based off of where they finished from that point. So that is the in-depth predictions. 7 race win picks. Back to back. We'll see if we can go 3-0. Obviously, you guys can vote for who you think is going to win this championship race in the chat poll. That will stay open until the end of stage 2. 54 votes have already been casted. And as of right now, William Byron is actually leading the poll at 31%. Joey Logano at 30%, 20% for Tyler Reddick. Ryan Blaney at 19% of the votes. Surprised about him being 4th of the 4. More shout outs to those of you watching here. Tim Urban, thanks for the $2.99 super chat. Not sure how long ago you put that in there, but greatly appreciate that. Ricky Atkins, thanks for tuning into the stream. Brett Whitesides, Bronny20 Forever. Amtrak fan 2930, thanks for tuning in. Phillies Live Reason Art, Spawn 1771, JoJo Wade, of course, again. Zachary Powers, Frank Powers. And some of the others, obviously, I already shouted out earlier on at the start of this thing. Ooh. All right. Where the heck is the leaderboard? I just haven't pulled it up yet. That's all right. The race hasn't started yet. They haven't even finished up the pre-race ceremonies either. They're still going through driver intros right now. Race might be actually starting closer to the bottom of the hour rather than the top of the hour. Here is the starting lineup on screen now. Had to go through the fantasy stuff and the prediction side of things first, as usual. We'll obviously keep track of how those predictions go throughout the course of the race in the fantasy league as well, with it being the championship finale, as we've got that grand prize to get out. Again, 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of their choosing for the winner, excluding the Daytona 500 for next season. Win and second place gets our grand prize this year. Can't even see the raw feed on the computer. I've got it right here. It wasn't there when I first started this stream, but I wasn't worried about it at that point because we had a bunch of stuff to go over anyway. That's why we go live earlier for these cup races compared to Xfinity and Truck. Give the full breakdown of who I think is going to compete for wins today. Blaney looks like he's about to drive the wheels off the car. I hope so. Figuratively, of course, not actually drive the wheels off of it, but Byron was like the only one up on that stage that didn't look like he had a stone cold killer look in him. But we know he could step it up. He's won some races. Big ones, in fact, Daytona 500 earlier this year. Last driver to win the Daytona 500 and the season championship for the NASCAR Cup Series in the same season, 2013, Jimmy Johnson. Johnson, in fact, the last driver to do it twice. 2006, he did it as well. So William Byron trying to be the first one to do that. Even longer period of time. More history on the line. Ryan Blaney trying to be the first driver to win back-to-back titles since Jimmy Johnson as well. 2009 and 2010. A part of course, the 5 straight seasons in which he won the title from 06 to 2010. Yeah, I figured you were talking about your computer browser. considering you said on your computer. Kenneth Clark, thanks for tuning in. It's pulling for the 24. What time is green flag? Give me one quick second on that. I'll get the exact time pulled up for you. So I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head. 3:35. So we still got a minute. 3:35 is drop of the green flag start time. Extra long pre-race, not only for ourselves, but for those of you watching on NBC as well. Ricky Atkins is taking the 12. Tim Irvin pulling for Truex. I think he'll have a good run today. Rowdy for the win. He said 312 laps against the wall. I did see that, and I laughed so hard. Yeah, Media Center. I don't know when that clip was. It was probably sometime yesterday. He was asked how many laps is the race. They were like, "Oh, what are you gonna do to try to have like a Hail Mary to win basically in your final race to keep the win streak alive?" He's like, "How long's the race?" Somebody said 312. He's just like 312. He's like, "Well, I'm gonna ride the wall for 312 laps." It's like, I'll win that way. Gotta love Kyle Busch. Yeah, last time for the year 2024. That's unfortunate, but yeah, sad but true. I get to celebrate with all of you. Favorite NASCAR people out there? And a champ for Logano. Yeah, I definitely think he's a close second to Blaney. They'll be on top of each other the whole day. It will be close. Green flag, they're probably going to be running within a couple positions apart from each other once Blaney gets through the field, however long that takes. You know, it might be until end of stage 2 or mid stage 2 before he gets there, but maybe earlier. If he gets there earlier, it gives me more faith that he can end up winning it at that point. Ty Gibbs, half owner of his car? I have no clue. I would like to think not, considering he's only the second year of his Cup Series career, but I don't know for sure. Extended the pre-race show, yeah, that's probably what it was. I don't care if they extend the pre-race show as long as we get more post-race interviews following the race. That's all I care about. Like, if you're going to extend it into the race time window, I mean, we shouldn't have to worry about any weather delays. And usually at Phoenix, we don't have red flag scenarios, although we did have a red flag in the truck race on Friday night because of a bigger crash. Got a Tyler Reddick interview going on right now.
Life in a lot of ways, and he just knows how to hit me in the heart. For me, when I got cup racing, you know, my son was born, and it changed my life forever. And it's just so great to be able to share these moments with my son, with my family, and with my wife Alexa. So I was very motivated coming into this, and even more motivated to get it done for my family and friends.
These are for you. And by the way, Pokemon is most prominent here. So just so you know, he reigns.
I don't know where this Pokemon thing came from. It came out of left field. I didn't watch a lot of Pokemon growing up. I was more Yu-Gi-Oh. So yeah, my kid, he's something else. It's just crazy and incredible to watch your kids grow and watch them come into new things, love new things. But one thing he's always loved is this racing, and always loves coming to the racetrack with me and the rest of our family. So really glad they're here with us and excited to go for this.
Hope they get to celebrate with you. Let's talk about the guy who calls you a kid. He's 6'6". How did he motivate you this week, and how badly would you like to win for MJ?
Extremely bad. It was nice. We shared a moment in the holler. Whole team, Michael there, just giving us a great pep talk before we headed out to red carpet walk and the drivers meeting. So everyone's really bought into this whole process. We all believe in each other, and we just go out there and have fun and leave it all on the line. When this thing ends, we'll have no regrets.
Tyler Reddick, a lot on his mind, and now maybe just a little bit more, Marty, as he gets a little more love from the family just before this thing gets rolling.
I'm glad he got the artwork, Dave. That was terrific.
They did interview Ryan Blaney, I noticed a little earlier on in their pre-race broadcast during the midst of me actually talking about him being the favorite for the championship here today, or at least my personal favorite. He's my personal favorite. I think, according to Vegas, he's also the favorite for the championship as well. And I think him and, I'll have to pull it up again, but I think him and either Chastain or him and Bell were tied as the favorites for the race win. Obviously, updates after practice and qualifying, so I wanted to check on that. While the pre-race is elongated, gives us the extra time to go through. So I thought he was tied. I guess not. So yeah, Blaney is the favorite to win the race and to win the championship today. Second favorite for the championship and the race win is Joey Logano, then William Byron, and then a tie for fourth between Bell and Reddick for the race win here in this one. Defending winner of the race, Ross Chastain, 15-1. That is surprising. He had a lot of speed in practice and qualifying yesterday. Be a good underdog pick. Rico92, Mark DeMars, thanks for tuning in. RAP to Bobby Allison. Yes, we did cover that during the Xfinity Series broadcast yesterday. Fortunate news of the tragic passing yesterday evening prior to the start of the Xfinity Series race. I found out just minutes before we went live. Just got awarded another win in his NASCAR Cup Series career just weeks before. Now putting him at 84 career wins all time in the NASCAR Cup Series level, and he will surely be missed. Shafransky, thanks for tuning in. Blaney's finished top 5 in the last 6 at Phoenix. Yep, I did cover that. 8 top 10s in the last, or 8 top 5s in the last 11, 10 top 10s in the last 11 as well. Average finish of 3.5 in the next gen era here. Those last 5 races. Despite not winning, which is also kind of impressive that it's that high and he doesn't have a win here. Mark DeMars, thanks for tuning in. Seeing a lot of thank you Truexes in the chat so far throughout the course of the stream. Hoping for a good run for Justin Haley. We'll see. We'll see. Spire's been looking good towards the end of the year. Good qualifying effort for Haley, 13th. See, Jeff Burton's taking Ryan Blaney for the championship. Who else we got here? Steve Letard's taking Joey Logano. We got Kyle Petty taking William Byron, and Dale Jarrett's taking Ryan Blaney as well. Doherty's probably going to take Reddick, isn't he? Yeah. I don't think this is their actual picks for the championship. I'm not going to lie. I think there's no way it is. They probably just had each of them, hey, each of you pick one, and then, like, somebody just pick another guy. There's no way after seeing Tyler Reddick 21st in practice Friday that you can tell me that you think he's the favorite to win the championship this weekend. I'm sorry. I think there is a chance, but just to straight up pick him just feels a little weird. You never know. You never know. Especially in racing. Not vote for Reddick. Well, I mean, to vote for him to win, I guess, is different from actually picking him to win the race from a statistic standpoint. That's where I think the fan vote comes in, especially with the polls that we have open in the chat every weekend. Joey Logano's now the favorite, so when I first checked, it was 31% for Byron. Just over 50 votes at the time. Now we have 82 votes in. Logano at 35% leads the poll, and Byron's dropped to second. Blaney was fourth, now is up to third, and Reddick has dropped to fourth in our poll. Ranking in the race, 45% Blaney, Reddick 25, 15, and 15 for Byron Logano. That's interesting. Shout out to Villanor. Think Ty will own Xfinity car next year. I have seen that, if that's what you were implying earlier for somebody mentioning about the 54 being partly owned. I think 54 car in the Xfinity series, he would have some stake of ownership in there. I think I remember seeing that as a news headline. Don't know if that's more on the rumor based side of things or if somebody had put that out there from JGR specifically. So I don't want to, just go outright and say that. SHR ends this weekend. Yeah, good send off with Riley Herbst winning yesterday in the Xfinity Series. Cool to see. At least they were able to get a win in championship weekend of some sort. I mentioned earlier, Ford's good on the flat tracks. SHR last week at Martinsville had good speed in qualifying and early in the race, kind of faded as the race went on. None of the SHR Fords qualified in the top 10 this weekend, but Chase Briscoe, former Phoenix winner, 2022 in the next gen with SHR, maybe he has a solid run today as well. Make sure to get you trackside before the pre-race ceremonies begin at some point, so we'll listen in now.
17th, any concern for you? No concern at all. And whenever he drives by the other three in stage one, they're going to be concerned. Sixth championship 4 appearance for Joey Logano. Brad, how does that experience help him today?
No doubt about it. He knows what he has to do. He can be patient, work his way throughout the field, put himself in position, and be there at the end of the day. He gets out front, you don't get by him.
Kyle, you picked William Byron as your champion. What convinced you?
40th anniversary of Hendrick Motorsports. You start the year with a Daytona 500 victory. You end it with a championship.
There you go. Boy, Tyler Reddick, DJ, has had so many big moments this year. He did it at Miami to make the championship 4. Can he do it today on the championship stage? Okay, you just mentioned Miami. That happened on the last lap of the race, the last corner. Don't turn your TV off. Don't go away.
That's
It
right.
happened today.
That's for sure.
Oh, you got to feel like the nerves right now for these drivers are peaking right before the ceremony start today and they get in the car. Time for today's pre-race ceremonies on Championship Sunday.
On this championship weekend, we would like to take a moment to recognize all active military and veterans. We ask that all of our race fans who are currently serving in the military or those who have served on behalf of this great country and their families to please rise. On behalf of all of us, we thank you and are honored for your service. Let's give these brave men and women a round of applause. Please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Luke Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Bobby Allison, a NASCAR Hall of Fame driver, the 1983 Cup Series champion and 3-time Daytona 500 champion, passed away peacefully at his home yesterday at the age of 86. His impact on the sport will extend far beyond the record books. Please join us in a moment of silence. Here to offer today's invocation, Chaplain Major Nathan Tarr.
Let me invite you to pray with me, please. Our gracious God, your word tells us that all things we enjoy are gifts from your good hand. And so we thank you for this new and beautiful day, the gift of competition and sportsmanship, for the skill and dedication of these drivers and their crews. We thank you for the opportunity that we enjoy to gather here as fans and as friends. We thank you also for the gift Bobby Allison was to so many of us. We are grateful for his career. We ask that you would comfort his family and the NASCAR community at this passing. We ask now for your protection on those who race and those who watch. May all that we do today bring glory unto you, and it is in your matchless name that we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the United States Air Force Band in Washington, D.C., the Singing Sergeants.
What's up, which water Whose broad stripes and red race and lots of race on what's really wrong. This was so good. She's singing and singing and eyes. That's I was singing the one say the stars making on down way.
Twelve laps, 4 drivers, 1 title. It's almost time to race for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. We'll get the engines fired next here on NBC Sports.
All right, so Martin Truex Jr. on the pole here for this one as we'll go through the rest of the starting lineup as follows before the command is given to fire engines with Truex on the front row. Joey Logano also on the front row as he tries to win his third career NASCAR Cup Series title today. Ross Chastain, the defending winner of this race and the 2021 Fall Phoenix winner in row 2. Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson. Chase Elliott, 2020 Fall winner here inside of row 3. Ty Gibbs, who led some laps here in the spring, over 50 of them, will start outside of row 3. In row 4, Christopher Bell, our spring race winner this season, and Byron, the spring race winner 2024 at Phoenix, will start in row 4. Row 5 will be Harrison Burton and Tyler Reddick. Reddick won a stage earlier this year, second in stage 2, 10th in the race as he tries to go for his first career NASCAR Cup Series championship today. Austin Cindric and Chase Briscoe will line up in row number 6. Briscoe, a 2022 spring winner here at Phoenix. Justin Haley, Denny Hamlin in row 7. Hamlin, a multi-time winner at the desert track. Carson Hocevar, Alex Bowman will line up in row 8. Bowman, hometown native here in Arizona from Tucson, I do believe. Ryan Blaney and John Hunter Nemechek in row number 9. Blaney trying to go for back-to-back titles. First time in over 15 years that we have seen back-to-back champions in the NASCAR Cup Series. Eric Jones and Corey LaJoie make up row number 10. Row 11 for Noah Gragson and Daniel Hemrick. Again, final race for SHR as an organization. Jimmy Johnson back at the track this weekend. He'll start inside of row 12 with Chris Buescher, the runner-up in the spring race this season, to the outside in that row. Kyle Busch, another former Phoenix winner, inside of row 13, trying to get his win in his final race this season to keep that win streak alive of 20 straight seasons with a win in NASCAR's top series. Derek Kraus making his second start of the year, first since Gateway in the 16 for Kaulig Racing. In row number 14, Brad Keselowski, former champion, along with Zane Smith. Bubba Wallace, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. starting towards the back of the field in row 15. Row 16 for Kaz Grala and Todd Gilliland. Ryan Preece, Daniel Suarez in row 17. Another Arizona native, Michael McDowell, inside of row 18 with Austin Dillon to the outside. 2 open entries in the 44-66 of J.J. Yaley and Chad Fincham in row number 19. And rounding out the field in row 20, Josh Berry, Jeb Burton. Josh Berry had a spin in qualifying yesterday, backed the right rear corner panel of his car up against the fence, but luckily enough for him that car wasn't damaged much, and he's still in his primary as this race is set to begin here soon. We're a little less than 15 minutes away from the drop of the green flag for today's race, and again, we'll highlight the point standings as we will keep an eye on it because it is the final race of the playoffs, therefore final race in our fantasy league. As you see on screen, Inside Uranus leads it as of right now with just a 3-point advantage over Hercules Harrigan. And Frank T26, who is sitting in third right now, is only sitting 24 points back, 42 points back to fourth Troy the Great. Some of the long shots that still have a chance within 100 points as well. CRN Corona and PSHAP Motorsports at 1708 and 1706. Sitting 8th in the points, 1682. For those of you wondering where I ranked this season, I did forget my lineup a couple weeks here in the playoffs, but, you know, still ultimately it was my fault. So, nobody to blame but myself there. Be sure to join the KRC League if you haven't yet, so you're in for when the league starts next season. We'll have a couple streams before next season starts, of course, for the live commentary side of things, Bowman Gray Stadium. And obviously all the speed weeks of the dual races, qualifying, and Truck Xfinity races. So there will still be time, obviously, next year to get in the league as well. You can join at any point during the offseason. KRC League, again, is where you'll want to join. You win our league championship for the regular season or the playoffs, 2 different champions. You get 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. And again, today only the top 2, I should say this season only, the top 2 from the playoffs will get the grand prize. All right. Tim Fowler, thanks for tuning in also. Let's go trackside again for the command to fire engines.
Crank the engine and get this thing going. Yes, get in your space. That's where you want to be right now, away from everything else. The next interview you want to do is at the champion. Let's do exactly that and get the engines cranked for Championship Sunday here in Phoenix.
Phoenix Raceway. This is a moment you have all been waiting for. Please welcome Anheuser-Busch Director of Sports Marketing, David Obitek Jr., Coca-Cola North America Senior Director of Sports Marketing, Chris Bigda, and Xfinity NASCAR Marketing Specialist, Max Basilis.
Race start!
Championship viewers, I am standing in the most unique places in all of motorsports. It's the dogleg here at Phoenix, also known as a shortcut. On restarts, we will see drivers go 5, 6, 7 wide at times using all this available space, but with that comes immense risk. As you come off turn 4, you crash off the banking in this flat area. It becomes disorienting as you use all of this space. Then as you fly up back onto the banking, you're going to launch over some large bumps that will unsettle the car and potentially damage it. Therefore, these championship drivers know they'll have to use this, but they'll have to do it sparingly to not damage that car. We'll see them here use all this available space here in the championship race. We'll go championship racing when we come back.
All right, so waiting for the start of this one, of course. Once again, a reminder that the drop of the green flag is at 3:35 Eastern Time. Engines have just fired now. We got about 10 minutes approximately until this race gets started. Go over some of the race details here in a couple of seconds. Again, hit that like button, by the way, so we can get to that goal of 150 likes on the stream. Currently at 48. Almost a third of the way there, as the race has not quite yet begun. All right, so here is the information set up for the start of this one today. Our stage splits will be 60 laps in stage 1, by far the shortest of the 3. 125 laps in stage 2, 127 stage 3. There will be 9 sets of tires, 8 stickers, of course, and then the qualifying scuffs that they ended up having on the car yesterday. A fuel run is 95 to 105 laps, so they will have to pit for fuel purposes at some point during stages 2 and 3 in this race. 8 to 9 degrees of banking through the turns 1 and 2 area of the racetrack, as well in the front stretch tri-oval or dog leg, if you will. 0 degrees on the apron. The 8 to 9 is, of course, on the banked area of the racetrack near the natural racing line. And I believe 12 to 13 degrees of banking in turns 3 and 4, so slightly more on that end of the track. Definitely not a symmetrical racetrack by any means. 81-degree high temperatures today, clear sunny skies, minimal wind, as usual out in Phoenix, Arizona this time of the year. Stan Woodward, thanks for tuning in. Truex has definitely been driving mad this year. I will say that much. I've seen Truex way more mad behind the wheel of the car this year than maybe any other year I think I could ever remember. Maybe even combined. Honestly, his whole career combined compared to this year, I think I've seen him more upset during a race this season than before. Cars are rolling out on the track for the first time. It's kind of weird that they're led by the Championship 4 drivers off of pit road, despite the fact they didn't qualify 1 through 4. I think they'll probably have them up at the front of the field in the first couple parade laps before dropping back to their designated starting position. And based off of qualifying yesterday afternoon,
too big of a hurry to get to the front of the field and wanted to remind himself today this is a long race. We'll see if Blaney can keep that level of discipline in pursuit of his second straight title, Kim.
Well, Marty, William Byron and his team feel like they're in a better spot than they were last year in the championship four. Why is that? Well, last year they won the pole, won the first stage, and led a lot of laps. But when you're out front, you're typically one adjustment behind because you don't know what your car is going to need in dirty hair. Fruity Fugle told me they felt like they lost the championship last year, partly because they did not make the right adjustments on the car. This year, they start 8th. And Rudy said they'll provide them with a lot more info on what they need to work on throughout the race, Dave.
Tim, I just spoke to Michael Jordan about his driver, Tyler Reddick. I said, Michael, what did you tell him? He goes, I didn't have to tell him much. I did say that you don't get many shots at these championships. Enjoy the day. Have fun. You know what? I heard the word fun from a lot of 2311 team members this week. Maybe having fun at this extremely competitive sport is a true speed secret. Parker.
Well, Dave, there are people who think this format is too random because it doesn't allow greatness to shine. But I think Joey Logano is a good argument against that. With 2 championships in this format and now a chance at a third, he and this 22 team have accomplished this by rising up in big moments like qualifying yesterday. Joey said that's the highest pressure lap there is, and he beat all of his championship rivals, putting it on the front row. Speaking of him this morning, he was incredibly relaxed because he's been here before and under immense pressure rose up. If he does that again today, he will cement himself as one of NASCAR's greatest drivers with 3 championships.
There is so much to play for, and we are excited to be with you this afternoon on Championship Day. Hi, folks. Lee Diffie, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte. We are almost ready to go. And, Jeff, whether it's the 2 drivers trying to be first-time Cup champions or the other 2 trying to be add to their title and be multi-time champions, this is still a game-changing day for their respective lives, isn't it? Why so? How so?
Yeah, well, there's no doubt. You know, you've spent your whole life preparing for this opportunity. And you spent this season, all the sacrifices, the injuries, all the things that drivers go to, and now you put yourself in position to do it. And winning a championship, that's what racing and that's what sports are all about. Winning 2, that's rarefied air. That puts you with the elite. Either way, someone's career will be changed today.
Well, the pressure of the day is felt for more than just the driver behind the steering wheel. It takes race teams to get here. Men and women back to the shops that built these race cars, engineers and crew members here at the track operating. So these drivers that dreamt of this day, these crew members that dreamt of this day as well. And when you are chasing a dream and you are 1 race away, the pressure is never higher.
Let's take a look at today's starting grid brought to you by Brez Tree. And if you weren't with us for qualifying yesterday or you didn't see the countdown to green, there is a really heartwarming story. In his final race as a full-time NASCAR Cup Series driver, 2017 champ Martin Truex Jr. goes out on top with the pole position. It was a fantastic afternoon yesterday, and he will share that front row with Joey Logano.
We're going to talk so much about the championship 4, but this week, much like any, there are every other driver on the racetrack. How about Danny Hamlin in row 7 owns one of the championship 4, but still looking for a championship himself? Ryan Blaney back in row 9. Eric Jones, Corey LaJoie make up row 10.
Jimmy Johnson there on the 12th row. Brad Keselowski a little further back. Bubba Wallace
and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on row 15. Let's keep on walking through the grid to see who's starting where for this 36th and final points-paying race championship day. And Michael McDowell in his final race for Front Row Motorsports, the Arizona native who finishes the year as the best qualifier for season 2024. Here's something special for you, and if you live in the Phoenix or Scottsdale area, anywhere around here, you may have seen this week. It's the Toyota Tundra Limited, and it holds what the Championship 4 are chasing, the Bill France Cup. The all-new Tundra has showcased the championship trophy throughout this local area over the past several weeks and is leading the field on the pace laps. I saw it on the edge of the golf course at our hotel earlier this week. I was like, wow, that's pretty neat. So cars are rolling, and as we like to do each and every race broadcast, we take you inside the world of the drivers for a pre-race pep talk. Let's go inside the 22 of Joey Logano's world.
There, Joey. Good luck to all. Great job so far. You're up front. Stay up there. Get there. Here more than anybody else. Another week, man. That's not what we did to help the sponsor. Data, feedback, and GM. Nothing worry out about. Take it back all day.
Stevie, when you were sitting on that pit box in the same spot that Billy Scott is for Tyler Reddick, what was your calming message, or what was your fire-up message?
Well, normally you don't have to fire the drivers up. I think at this point it's about calming, and really I don't know if I'm talking to the driver as much as all the other crew. As I mentioned earlier, so many hands are going to touch this car in preparation, and the men and women that have to service it during the race. It's remind ourselves why we're here, right? This wasn't a coin flip. This wasn't a bingo ball. This was a season's worth of work, and I am very impressed with the 4 that we have. I think they're all deserving and hard to handicap for sure.
4 really good race teams, good race car drivers. Now, do what you do well. Don't try to get out of character. If there's an opportunity in this race that you can do something extraordinary that's needed, then do it. Then go for it. But until you get to that position, don't make mistakes. Play to your favor. Play to your strengths. Be who you are.
The Toyota Camry XSE is the official pace car for today's championship race, and the honorary driver, as you look in through the windshield, the legend, the swimming icon, the 23-time Olympic gold medalist, Michael Phelps. I caught up with Michael on the grid for the pre-race show, and I said, hey, on behalf of all motorsports fans and NASCAR fans, thanks for doing this for us, mate. He said, are you kidding? It's cool. I'm excited to be here and have this opportunity. So we've taken you inside the world of the 22 and the 45. How about the now defending champion, trying to defend today, Ryan Blaney? Let's hear some words.
What a cool year. We talked all year about defending our title. And we have a chance to do it. A lot of guys tell you that. So be proud of yourself. Yeah, I appreciate all you guys, man. You guys put so much work on here. This is the moment we live for. Let's go take it.
So there's all 4 championship 4, all of the contenders, and some really meaningful and passionate words. Lights are out on the Toyota pace car. We are ready to cap this championship season, to see who will be number 1 in the NASCAR Cup Series. It is a gorgeous 77-degree day here in
final time in the NASCAR Cup Series season 2024 edition. Martin Truex Jr. in his rookie throwback scheme is going to lead us to the green here at the Phoenix Raceway. Joey Logano, of course, outside of the front row. Truex electing the inside for the initial start. Launches late in the restart zone. Gets a good launch at that, though. Green flag in the air. We're racing for the final time this season. Down towards turn 1, Martin Truex Jr. easily clear. Side-by-side battle for second between Chastain and Logano. Chastain gets loose, almost makes contact with the 22 car. Had to get up out of the throttle. Joey's cleared for second. Chastain holds on for third. 3 wide. Up the middle, Austin Cindric between Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick. Ty Gibbs going even wider. Up off the exit of turn 4, he slides and clips the outside wall. And Gibbs has a problem. Oh, and he smashes the wall even harder. On the front stretch, I believe he probably had a toe link down after the first hit, and the second hit was well more violent.
a hard right turn, heavy damage to the 54.
That was a massive impact.
There was some radio communication. That was a huge hit for the youngster, Ty Gibbs. He's trying to get the car moving again, but I believe the damage is going to be too heavy. AML safety team, as they always are, thank you for your speedy service. They're always there to aid the drivers as quickly as possible. It's only a 1 mile racetrack. I say only because we see 2.5 mile speedways, but Jeff, the speed is still evident with that contact the 54 made with the outside wall.
Yeah, such a hard impact. It's good to see the AMR team there. Checking on Ty.
So it starts right here. This is in the middle of 3 and 4. They're 3 and almost 4 wide. The 54 is up. You see him slipping and sliding. I don't know if he has a tire down or breaks a toe link, but then right there, the car gets sideways. He corrects and gets into the wall. Ty Gibbs is a very, very talented race car driver. I find this shocking to think there's not a man for this.
Wow.
There's no way at that point in the racetrack that is purely driver error. Something had to be wrong with the 50. You see the flex of the safer barrier? Oh boy, that was a hard hit. Man.
Fortunately, at the last second, he was able to get the car turned to the left a little bit. Watch this. The car turns to the right. It looks like it's headed at that really, really bad angle, but he's able to get it turned left to get more of a side impact. That is a massive hit.
Scary for the drivers behind. Wow. It's the end of his second full season for his grandfather's team, and it's ended not the way that he would have hoped.
He's had some really bright moments in the year. They've had speed at times. Early in the race, it looked like they could be contenders, and as the race would go on, they would lose some of that speed. The end of this year has not gone well. Several mechanical failures, and then to end today, very disappointing. But they have a lot to look forward to next year.
It's been a good year for Ty. He's had a couple second places, had some third places, but unfortunately.
Yeah, that was definitely a violent hit. Not the way you want to start the race, to say the least, and a tough way to end the season for Ty Gibbs. I had him on the don't have list, and did not think it was going to be over after just one completed lap here at the Phoenix Raceway. As far as this goes for Gibbs, unfortunately, this is going to be the 5th straight finish of 30th or worse to end the season. Just an abysmal end to the sophomore season for Gibbs, and we'll hope that he can turn it around next year. He did qualify for the playoffs initially, but unfortunately, things not going to go his way again yet here today, despite having speed out of the gate, considering that he had qualified 7th, was 6th overall in practice. Definitely a bummer. Another bummer is that this raw feed is not working. Great. So we're going to have to go to foxsports.com, which has been our backup plan all year for when the raw feed's down at the beginning of the stream. So at least we have something of a leaderboard. And I'll be constantly checking the raw feed on NASCAR.com. So that way when it's back up and running, we will get that up for you guys as usual. Tyler Reddick is the in-car cam on YouTube. Yeah, I never really know who that is on a week-to-week basis. I don't really look at it ahead of time. 52 likes on the stream so far. Early laps here at Phoenix under caution.
Yeah, we're giving you plenty of aerial coverage today, and we want to say thanks to our friends at Traveller Whiskey for these kind of shots and above Phoenix Raceway all day long. If you're just joining us, welcome. Championship day here in Phoenix. However, we are under an early caution. Pretty heavy crash suffered by
Ty Gibbs of Joe Gibbs Racing and the AMR safety team are there attending to him as we speak. In a special year for Toyota as it celebrates its achievement across many leading North American motorsport series. In September, William Sawalich clinched his second straight ARCA East Championship, while Toyota development driver Corey Heim led the Truck Series in wins and qualified for his second championship four. In Formula Drift, Toyota's four-driver charge secured its 9th Auto Cup title. Toyota's Cannon McIntosh became the second driver to ever win 2 national midget titles in the same year. And CJ Greaves won another Pro 4 title in his Toyota Tundra TRD Pro. In NHRA Championship drag racing, Toyota drivers scored victories in 15 of 19 races with an opportunity for a championship next weekend. Toyota is the only manufacturer to have at least one driver make the championship four in every Cup Series season, as they are cheering on Tyler Reddick as they look to achieve their 4th NASCAR Cup Series title today. It has been a very productive and successful year, and that man there hopes to continue that trend. This is the reason why we're under caution. It's almost cleaned up. We'll go racing when we come back.
Definitely a violent hit in the middle of the dog leg, right in the curved portion too, where he ended up pancaking the right side of his car against the outside wall, following what appears to me to be a toe link break on the right rear following contact when he initially got up against the wall, very lightly at that, off of turn 4, but obviously hit it in an awkward enough area. It seemed to have broke something for him to have that crash as violently as he did right in the middle of the front stretch. Martin Truex Jr. has led the first 7 laps of this race under caution to this point, including the first green flag lap to start from the pole, of course, and Joey Logano, who started second, in second place as of right now as well. Third for Ross Chastain, Chase Elliott fourth, and William Byron is fifth. So that is the top 5 in the early laps of this one. Obviously no major position changes. Cindric, who started 11th, is up to 7th. See if anybody else dropped back pretty deep in the field outside of Gibbs, who is, of course, out of the race now. Harrison Burton started 9th, fell to 15th after barely over a lap. Chase Briscoe down 6 spots after starting 12th, is now 18th. Championship 4, Ryan Blaney up 3 positions from 17th to 14th on the initial start. Reddick up 1 spot from 10th to 9th. Byron up 3 spots from 8th to 5th. And Logano, obviously, again, still in 2nd after starting there. So you'll see the top portion of the leaderboard on the right side of the screen on foxsports.com for our current leaderboard until the raw feed, which we would usually have up, is back up and running again on the NASCAR Cup Series side of things, or NASCAR website side of things, I should say. We'll take a look at the point standings when we get this next restart in. I would imagine that we're going to end up getting it in pretty shortly. And we'll go through who the 34 drivers are and where they're running in points entering this race today. Because, of course, stage points still awarded to the non-championship 4 competitors for this one. Ty Gibbs not having a good playoffs. No, not at all. 1 top 10 finish in his last 11 races this season. 5 straight finishes of 30th or worse following the DNF on lap 2 here today at Phoenix. Green flag is back in the air. Truex again with a great launch on the inside of row 1 for the restart. A little bit better this time around for Logano. Side drives to the right rear corner panel. Both drivers go all the way to the apron through the dog leg. In fact, nearly every driver in the field did so. And Joey Logano, as they enter turns 1 and 2 on the outside lane, is holding strong. 3 wide for 3rd place behind him for a brief moment. Larson, Elliott, Chastain. Larson loses ground on the inside lane. And Byron Bell get by to the outside. Reddick now above the 5 car as well, entering 3 and 4. Joey Logano entering turn 3 was able to clear Martin Truex Jr. And he leads his first lap of the race. Logano out in front of the field here at Phoenix. 4 wide, lap 2 following the restart this time. Hamlin, Larson, Cindric, and Reddick. Hamlin on the inside, Reddick the car on the outside. The 2 middle cars, Larson and Cindric, both slowing each other up maybe a little bit, having to lift after Larson had a bit of a loose moment in the center of the corner. Reddick pulls clear of both cars initially from the outside. Now near contact, it looked like between Larson and Cindric getting up off the exit of turn 4. Hamlin's still underneath them 3 wide, and they've been at least 3 wide for a full lap now. Hocevar, Blaney just behind them in 11th and 12th. Cindric and Larson still side by side. Hamlin couldn't hold to the inside of both cars that time off turn 2. Hocevar squeaks to the outside of the 11. Now Blaney's really boxed in with a couple rows of 2x2 racing in front of him. Logano quickly out to a half a second lead over Martin Truex Jr. at the front of the field. Following the restart, Ross Chastain is in third still, 1.1 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell in fourth, 1.4 seconds back, and also 1.5 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott in fifth. So that's the top 5 following the restart, currently working lap 14 at the start-finish line out of 312. Again, only 60 laps in stage 1. They do not have to pit for fuel purposes if we do go green. Denny Hamlin having to lift about 2/3 of the way down the front stretch, almost making contact with Larson. Larson holds clear. That was right after he came up out of the dog leg, and Ryan Blaney was able for a moment to get to the inside of the 11, but then couldn't complete the pass off turn 2. That was a weird area for him to get a bit sideways. He didn't go to the apron and then transition from the apron up to the banking bottom out right there, so I'm not sure exactly what happened to the 11. It was a weird spot to have that loose moment. This time they're door-to-door down the back straightaway. We'll see if Ryan can complete the pass through 3 and 4 in the more bank corner on this end of the track. And as they drive up on corner exit, Blaney is clear, and that battle was for 10th. So 7 spots gained already for the 12 team in the first 16 laps of the race. All Championship 4 drivers now in the top 10. William Byron just passed Ross Chastain for 4th the last lap. Bell, meanwhile, a couple laps before that, up to 3rd. Reddick fast approaching Chase Elliott, looking to the outside through 3 and 4 as Elliott gets underneath the one of Ross Chastain. Chastain slipping back here on the short run. Again, he qualified 3rd. If Elliott gets around him, he's going to be down 3 spots since this last restart. Elliott clear off turn 2 for 5th. And now it's Reddick's turn to try to attack on the 1 car. Ryan Blaney battles Kyle Larson for 9th as they're very tightly together now in the back half of the top 10. Reddick does get to the outside of Chastain, middle of the front stretch. Maybe going to be a lot easier to clear on corner exit on the outside rather than the inside lane. And Reddick is clear. And now Chastain and Cindric side by side down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 as Chastain continues to drop like a rock in the early laps. He had good long run pace last season here, and he was better in practice on the long run than the short run, despite the fact that he did qualify as well as he did. The lap averages indicated that, at least through practice, so we'll see if maybe he can try to fire back up here as this first stage moves on, but not a good start for the 1 by any means. Don't want to be losing this many positions on the short run early, and we're not seeing anybody else in the top 10 really fall back this drastically under a green flag run like Chastain is. Blaney got around him through 3 and 4 the last time for 8th. 3rd of the way through stage 1, already lap 20. Larson, the next car to try to get by Chastain, and we're looking at Chastain dropping out of the top 10 here in a matter of a couple more laps. Larson gets around him through 3 and 4 for 9th. .2-second lead for Joey Logano at the front of the field now. Christopher Bell still 2.7 seconds back in 3rd. William Byron 3.4 seconds off the lead in 4th, and 4.1 seconds back for Chase Elliott in 5th. Once more, that is the top 5 following the restart. Blaney gets by his teammate Austin Cindric for 7th and continues to be on the move. We don't have a lap-by-lap tracker to keep an eye on the lap times on the Fox Sports leaderboard compared to what we would have on the Raw feed. But Blaney definitely looking like one of the faster cars early on. Truex has settled in pretty nicely after falling about 1.2 to 1.3 seconds off the lead. He's continuously staying there behind Logano, so he's not continuously falling. He's still about that much of a gap ahead of Bell behind him in third as well. Penske Ford, 2 Joe Gibbs Toyotas, and 2 Hendrick Chevys up in the top 5. So a lot of those big teams up there. And then the other 2 Championship Ford drivers in 6th and 7th. So the big guns are showing up here in the early going of the race.
Man, an IndyCar race winner and title contender Scott McLaughlin sent him a text straight after Homestead and said, "You know how good you are. You go to Martinsville and make it your house." And he did.
Yeah, it's you know, you think about who drives for Roger Penske and the talent in that shop. They can lean on each other, even though they drive different series and the cars are completely different. It's still race to see, and having that experience to just have simple conversations about, you can take something from it. Now you say they're good friends. They're not on the golf course. I can tell you that. They are fierce competitors.
Let's move up a few positions forward in this throwback scheme to Martin Truex Jr. Final race of his full-time Cup career. He will come back and do the 500. We've told you that on multiple occasions next year. However, if starting on the pole wasn't special enough, have a look at this from this morning's drivers' meeting. Martin's a pretty humble guy. He almost looked uncomfortable. He almost didn't know how to receive that. But that's how much respect there is for that guy and his 20 years in the NASCAR Cup Series.
Biggest respect, the biggest compliment you can be given is the respect of your peers. And that right there is simple respect.
And now he's doing the work behind the wheel. I can only imagine the emotions of the driver's meeting and strapping in. I feel at this point, though, he's the ultimate professional, right? So it is just the task at hand. This year has been full of ups and downs, Parker, and I can only imagine Martin Truex Jr., while the pole was great, he would love to have a walk-off win behind the wheel of the 19.
And great, Steve, that's the motivation of this whole race team. You guys mentioned he's such a laid-back guy. I think we were all looking for an ounce of emotion out of him throughout this weekend, and we really didn't see it. We didn't see the pre-race, Jeff, when you spoke to him, but on his radio on the pace laps, he had a message to the team that maybe showed a little bit of emotion. Take a listen.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for sticking with it all the way through the end here. Hopefully we can go out on top. Appreciate all your hard work, your dedication, everything we've done over the years. It's been a lot.
I don't know, maybe there's a hint there right at the end of the emotion, but of course, as the helmet comes on and locks in here, he's focused on what they're doing behind the 19 right now, just a little tight, the center of the corner for Martin Truex Jr.
We had that camera there showing you looking back at Martin in the cockpit. He is wearing a unique helmet this weekend, and this, the man behind this is Tommy DeBlasi, who's on his team. He's interior guy and his tire guy, and this is a reflection of Martin's career. As Johnny Morris, the man behind Bass Pro Shops, there's 2 of these helmets done. One for Mark, one for Johnny. And it reflects their lovely friendship and their journey together. And this for Martin to wear today in his final full-time Cup ride. That is really neat. So Truex's message said, let's hope we can get it done today. He's just 1.5 seconds behind this man, Joey Logano, racing towards his 3rd Cup title.
Halfway through stage 1, 30 laps down, 30 laps to go. Joey Logano with the race lead. Martin Truex Jr. still 1.1 seconds back at 2nd. Christopher Bell in 3rd, 2.7 seconds off the lead. 4th is William Byron. Chase Elliott 5th. Tyler Reddick 6th, and Ryan Blaney 7th. 8th for Austin Cindric. Kyle Larson is in 9th. 10th is Denny Hamlin. Carson Hocevar 11th. Ross Chastain 12th. John Hunter Nemechek 13th. 14th Kyle Busch. Alex Bowman 15th. 16th for Harrison Burton. Justin Haley 17th. 18th Chris Buescher. 19th Bubba Wallace. Daniel Suarez in 20th. Eric Jones 21st. 22nd Chase Briscoe. Noah Gragson 23rd. Jimmy Johnson 24th. 25th Todd Gilliland. Corey LaJoie 26th. Brad Keselowski 27th. Josh Berry 28th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th. And Ryan Preece 30th. 31st Austin Dillon. Zane Smith 32nd. Daniel Hemrick 33rd. Michael McDowell 34th, Derek Kraus 35th, Kaz Gralla 36th, J.J. Yeley 37th, Chad Fincham 38th, 39th Jeb Burton, and Ty Gibbs is 40th. Of course, out of the race is Gibbs, only driver out at this point. And a couple cars from the tail end of the field are off the lead lap. One caution back on lap 2 for Gibbs with that hard crash is the only yellow of the race thus far. Stage 1 ends at lap 60. As we continue on with our live commentary coverage. We're not going to take a break during this one. At this point, we'll go through the full NASCAR Cup Series point standings entering this season finale at Phoenix today. Again, the Championship 4 drivers, obviously Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Tyler Reddick, and William Byron. 5th in points entering the race, Christopher Bell has a 24-point cushion over Kyle Larson for 6th. Chase Elliott is 7th. Alex Bowman 8th. Denny Hamlin 9th. And Martin Truex Jr. in 10th. Austin Cindric 11th. Daniel Suarez 12th in points. Brad Keselowski 13th. 14th for Chase Briscoe. Ty Gibbs was 15th entering the day. 16th for Harrison Burton, last of the playoff drivers. Chris Buescher 17th, Bubba Wallace 18th, 19th for Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch 20th, Carson Hocevar 21st, Michael McDowell 22nd, Todd Gilliland 23rd, Noah Gragson 24th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th. Ryan Preece 26th, Josh Berry 27th, Zane Smith 28th, Eric Jones 29th, and Daniel Hemrick 30th. Justin Haley 31st, Corey LaJoie 32nd, Austin Dillon 33rd, and John Hunter Nemechek 34th of the 34 full-time NASCAR Cup Series competitors this season. Ryan Blaney is just kind of slowly creeping in on Tyler Reddick for 6th place. Got to 7th quite a while ago. Kind of flatlined out as far as his work way through the field. Up 10 spots from where he started in 17th today. Tyler Reddick up 4 spots from 10th to 6th. And he got up to 6th place pretty quickly. Was putting pressure on Chase Elliott there for a little bit and then started falling behind him. He's a full second now off of Elliott. And Martin Truex Jr. is slowly starting to creep up on Joey Logano as well. Joey hasn't really hit any lap traffic for the most part yet. A couple of these back marker cars at the tail end of the field have been it for Logano to have caught to this point, but just over half a second difference now between the 22 and the 19 at the front of the field. Truex was able to lead laps in this race from the pole at the very beginning, led the opening lap before the caution for Gibbs. Obviously led every caution lap under that as well. 9 laps led for him total. Logano definitely fading a little bit on the long run compared to that of Truex behind him. Next closest Championship 4 driver to Logano would be William Byron. Kim Coons outside the infield care center with Ty Gibbs following his violent crash.
It was, really wasn't too bad, and I went off into the dog leg, and we've been really hard on the track there all week, and I think I just caught it at a bad angle, and it just took off for me. I had no control there, so it was really, really big hit though.
At just 22, that guy's been mixing it up with the big names of the sport. Put him on your bingo card for race wins next year. 86 starts in his career.
Lee Diffie calling his shot. I do have to agree with him, though. He was close early in the season to competing for a few wins. Not as much in the second half of the year, and especially through the playoffs, but we'll see if he can pick it back up. He obviously made the playoffs for a reason because of consistency through the regular season. There were only 2 drivers that did do that based off the points system in general, and that was him and his teammate Martin Truex Jr. Logano trying to work around a lap car to the inside off turn 4. And makes the clearance it looked like on the 15 of Kaz Gralla. Truex going to have to go to the outside of Gralla through turns 1 and 2 to try to keep pace with Logano. Definitely got by the 15 car quicker than that of Joey, but still about 7/10 of a second off the lead. 18 laps to go in stage 1 this time by.
Can't do it. They're focusing on making the changes at whenever the first stop comes to get their car optimized.
Toyota on board of Martin Truex. That's what 7/10 of a second looks like. That's the gap between Logano and Martin. Christopher Bell runs third. William Byron, Chase Elliott. And look at this, nice and close here with 2 of the championship 4. One of the best battles on the racetrack. Ryan Blaney has moved up all the way to the 7th position, the lowest of the championship 4. You mentioned the pace of the 22. Well, everybody talked about the pace of the 12. It showed early. He's got a little stalled out right here. Hit the 45, continue to swap lower line, upper line, trying to find a way around. Now traffic in front of the 45. We'll see if that makes a difference. Slower car, that 45. That's J.J. Yaley, Arizona native. Talk more about the 12 and Ryan Blaney with Monty. What you got?
Yeah, Lee, to Steve's point, that long run speed for Blaney was showing up until he got to the rear bumper of Tyler Reddick. What's going on with the 12 car? Listen in. So, Steve, that's sort of opposite handling issues on the opposite end of the racetrack. How often did you find that to be the case at Phoenix when you were on top of the pit box?
Every trip to Phoenix. That's what makes this 1 mile so magical, right? As we look right here, this is down the back straightaway into 3 and 4, a banked corner. There's more banking, more grip, higher minimum speeds. They roll the corner. Then this exit stays banked all the way to the start-finish line. Now they go through the dog leg where we saw Ty Gibbs. That's it. Now we go down into 1 and 2, a flat sweeping corner. I actually think the driver has more options here. Why this would be the more difficult corner because it's flatter. Look where Reddick is running. Up the racetrack. Blaney down bottom. So I believe the key here used to be the flat end, but with this new car, it's this actual banked end of the racetrack. I think if you're good through here, Jeff, you're going to have a good day.
Yeah, you can see how this racetrack presents an opportunity for drivers to run in multiple lanes. Blaney's a little bit quicker right now than Tyler Reddick. Tyler jumped to the higher lane, and the reason Reddick can't just drive by him is because right there, Blaney's got to turn his steering wheel a little bit more than Tyler Reddick because the radius is shorter. It's tighter on the bottom of the racetrack, and he's asking more of his car on corner exits. So
Christopher Bell, meanwhile, seems to be one of the harder Charger drivers up in the top 5 to try to get after that race lead. He's only 1.1 seconds back now. He was about 2.3 seconds off the lead at about the halfway point in this stage. So here he is now with 13 laps to go in stage 1, trying to make a run at the lead as well. Even half a second gap between first, second, then second back to third. Reddick and Blaney continue to battle on the NASCAR Nonstop commercial break, currently taking place on NBC. We'll take our first break of this one. You're listening live to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship on KRC. Appreciate everybody tuning in. John Barber, Irina Sayre, a couple of newcomers in the chat recently. Kevin Stallman, William Wiley, Ethan Chua, and others. Thanks for tuning in. Some of you that I may not have shouted out since the race has begun. 62 likes so far in the stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. And still vote for who you think will win the championship today. 141 votes have been casted already. 31% taking William Byron. He's back on top again. Started with Byron, then Logano. Now Byron back on top. Logano was as high as about 18% early in the stream. Is now up to 23%. And 16% of the votes going to Tyler Reddick. Obviously, that will still change as that will continue to go on until the end of Stage 2. So again, end of Stage 2. We will get back to that voting poll to see what the final results will end up being. And again, end of Stage 2, you also have until then for the fantasy lineups to set for your starting 5. We'll have our diecast showing at that point in time in the race as well. I don't know that Blaney is the popular pick of the day, at least in the chat. I mean, the fact that William Byron's leading the poll right now. Consistently been in 4th this entire run. Interval-wise, he hasn't really gained on Logano like Truex and Bell have been able to do the longer that this Stage 1 green flag run goes. Blaney looking to the inside to try to get by Tyler Reddick. Not able to get close enough to get underneath him. He hasn't been side by side with him this entire battle yet. Running out of laps to try to get it done. Of course, stage points not on the line for these Championship 4 drivers, but just to be that much ahead. Just one spot ahead leading into the next cycle of pit stops is so important. Reddick still working that higher line on the track, both ends of the speedway, 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Blaney continues to go after the bottom. And speaking of running the bottom, Martin Truex Jr. having a little bit of success down there. He has closed to the back bumper of the 22 car at the front of the field. Michael McDowell currently going a lap down at the hands of the 22 and the 19. Truex is within about a car length behind Logano with 6 laps to go in stage 1 now. As the leaders enter turns 1 and 2, Logano goes to the bottom to try to take the line away from Truex as he tries to mirror drive and hang on to the lap 60 stage caution coming up soon. Final full-time Cup race for Truex. Obviously going to try to get back to the lead as quickly as he can as well. A couple more lap cars getting caught at the hands of Logano at the front of the field. Daniel Hemrick would be the last car in the lead lap in front of the 22 currently. Big closing right through 1 and 2 for Christopher Bell. Entered in so much deeper on the throttle compared to the 19 and the 22 ahead of him, and he still was able to get up off the exit of turn 2 to gain ground on Truex still. Bell's just rolling the corner way better than everybody else. Meanwhile, further back, Blaney finally gets underneath Reddick through 3 and 4, but couldn't stay there by corner exit. Charges entering hard into turn 1 yet again. Doing everything he can to get by the 45 car. 45 car just good enough to keep that 12 in the rearview mirror. 3 laps to go, stage 1 at the line at the front of the field. Hemrick still holding up Logano, trying to stay in the lead lap. And this is making it tougher for Logano to try to keep pace in front of the 19 and the 20. Truex back to within a car length or so ahead of or behind, I should say, the 22, but also that same distance ahead of the 20 of Bell. Logano on the inside of Daniel Hemrick trying to complete the pass on the lap or off turn 4. He does just that. 2 laps to go in the stage now. Having that lap car buffer is going to be big for Logano to try to win stage 1. Blaney all the way down onto the apron through the dog leg to get back to the inside of Reddick again. As he enters turns 1 and 2, a little flatter corner entry, slides up on exit. Can't get the straight line speed off again that the outside lane has, and Tyler Reddick still holds clear into 3 and 4 for another lap. Final lap to go for stage 1. And Joey Logano has about a 3 to 4 car length lead in the center of 1 and 2 over Truex. Should be able to hold on for another half a lap. Ryan Blaney through 1 and 2 finally clears Tyler Reddick for 6th. That took the better part of about a quarter of that stage. Good 15 laps those two were battling. Blaney finally gets around him. So Joey Logano dominates stage 1 on the laps led category side of things. Margin of victory in the stage, though, only about a 1/10 of a second or so. 52 laps led on the day for Logano to this point, 9 for Truex. As Truex is second in stage 1, Christopher Bell third, William Byron fourth, and Chase Elliott fifth. Blaney made the pass on the last lap in 1 and 2 for 6th over Tyler Reddick, who finishes 7th in the stage. Denny Hamlin 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, and Austin Cindric rounds out our top 10. So again, that is your stage results for stage number 1. We'll take another break here. So again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. You're listening live to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship, again on KRC. Yeah, no stage points for the Championship 4 on the Fantasy League as well, because they're not getting those points in real life. So I have a mixed bag of the Championship 4 drivers. Don't have them all on here. Curious about Blaney's speed. Looks like he's being held up, but by how much? Yeah, he's definitely quicker than Reddick, just not as fast as we've seen Blaney on the long runs. On the radio call from the little portion of that stage that we listened to on the actual NBC broadcast, he did mention he was a bit tight getting up off of turn 2, so that could be a struggle in trying to complete passes. Heavily in dirty air, obviously starting back at 17th all the way up to 6th before the end of the stage. He got the 7th in the first 15 laps or so, and then it took him the next 45 laps to get that second and a half gap caught up to Reddick and complete the pass. So you're definitely going to want that track position as soon as you possibly can. We'll see what kind of adjustments that these teams are going to be able to make to try to better their equipment on the longer runs if we continue to see those longer green flag runs today like we did there through the first stage. Outside of the early lap 2 caution, and by the time we got to the restart, we did go green for about 50 laps there. And we will be seeing our first pit stops of the race as well during this caution. Chance for these teams and these pit crews to shine yet another time this year. Who will be the best in this situation? Joey Logano does have the best pit stall of any of the Championship 4 drivers, considering that he was the one that got to pick first of them after qualifying better than the other 4. That's a lie. Never mind. He failed pre-qualifying inspection twice, so he actually didn't get to pick. So Christopher Bell, or rather William Byron, excuse me for stumbling over my speech here, William Byron had the best pit stall selection of all the Championship 4 drivers. So he actually didn't get to pick his pit box. He would have been the last driver to pick of anybody. So he's in the worst position possible on pit road. From the lead, we'll see if he can keep it.
Pit road, the team was telling him the only place he was getting beat by Martin Truex Jr. was down into turn 3. He was over slowing the corner. He's asked Paul Wolfe to loosen him up a little bit on the entry into turn 3. They've also asked him to stop short his boxes to 21 to P15, but coming around him.
Tyler Reddick told his team that trying to run the low line, the yellow line, he just gets a little bit too free. Freer in 3 and 4 especially would help, Marty.
Plus 11 in stage 1 day for Ryan Blaney, who was finally able to pass Tyler Reddick. He said if I had to tackle one issue, it would be more threat off the corner, both ends, Kim.
As you see, William Byron, bottom right, you saw that chassis adjustment. He said he needed help on exit. That was his biggest struggle. It was swinging, needing move. So they just make that adjustment, and they're going to race off pit road, lead the timing line a little further, though, this year.
Look at that for an effort from
Chase Elliott, 4 spots gained, will be the leader exiting pit road. Blaney up 2 spots. Joey Logano loses 4 positions. I mentioned he was in the worst possible position on pit road. That might have been a costly difference there. Maybe not to all 4 spots necessarily. I'm sure the pit crew definitely played some sort of dividends in that sequence, but not having the pit box alignment that he would want to have, definitely a bit costly. And now it'll be interesting to see what Logano can do in traffic for the first time today, as he's had nothing but clean air since that second restart, which really outside of the first green flag lap of the race, he's had clean air every other green flag lap up until lap traffic since. And even then, just having the lead during all of that, he was able to at least hold on for that, despite the fact that the 20 and the 19 were right on his back bumper. Definitely going to need some adjustment changes, I think, for Logano if he does get back to the lead, because stages 2 and 3 are longer, may have a longer green flag run, longer stint on those tires to be able to try to hang on. But being back at 5th, now all of a sudden he's 3rd of the Championship 4 drivers. Tyler Reddick lost 1 spot on pit road, falls from 7th back to 8th. Martin Truex Jr. lost quite a few spots on pit road as well. He went in 2nd, came out 7th, losing 6 positions. 5 positions. If I learn how to do my math. So Byron leads the Championship 4 in 3rd. Great stop, though, by that 9 team to gain 4 positions. So he leads his first laps of the day under the caution. We'll see if he can hold on to the lead on the restart. Hasn't won since Texas early in the season. Christopher Bell hasn't won since New Hampshire middle of the season, but trying to go for the Phoenix sweep. $147 votes right now in the chat poll. 32% taking Byron, 30% for Logano, 22% for Blaney, and 16% for Reddick. 68 likes on the stream. Over a third of the way to our goal of 150 for today's final live commentary stream of the season.
Exciting careers are available now nationwide, bringing the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. If you're looking for a stable, impactful career, visit buildsubmarines.com. We build giants because it takes one to build one. Let's go back and have a look at Joey Logano's top. He lost 4 positions.
Yeah, 54 laps led in that first stage. With this first pit stop, 11.8 seconds. Watch his right front. Tire off. Oh, fumble, bang, hits the wheel, tire on. It just looks so minuscule, but 11.8. We're hoping to see 10-second pit stops, so 1.8 seconds slower than expected, Jeff.
Yeah, I talked to Paul Wolf Friday afternoon, or Saturday afternoon rather, and he said the only thing he wanted his pit crew to do is what they've done all year long. He doesn't want world record pit stops. He just wants nice, smooth, steady pit stops. That wasn't what that one was, so they just got to focus and just go get back in rhythm.
Let's get the thoughts of Brad, Kyle, and DJ on what they witnessed on that opening round of stops, fellas.
Well, what you witnessed on the opening round of stops is there's just as much pressure on these pit crews as there is on the drivers. That's all we talked about pre-race was the pressure on the drivers. But on pit road, 9 seconds, you're under a microscope.
Yeah, that 22 car was outstanding out front. Now we're going to see what he's got back in traffic a little bit. But hey, if you're going to get the nerves out of the way and have that, do it now, not later.
I absolutely agree. I thought Joey Logano was outstanding on the racetrack. They made a little bit of a mistake, but they've got a bulldog behind that wheel and a heck of a race car, Lee.
A bulldog.
So just spicing it up a little bit for what was almost a near perfect opening stage for Joey Logano. But we'll remind you what we witnessed right back prior to the playoffs beginning, and that was a very stable Joey Logano and not face. What happened here with the pace car? It has hit the barrels on pit entry.
The pace car turning in late.
He forgot to.
Was there
Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Have you ever?
They're gonna have to fix. They're gonna have to fix the end of these barrels. The barrels at the end of the wall. Those are there for safety in case a car would impact the end of the wall.
Chase Elliott saying that was a bit of a late decision.
I tell you what, you never know what you're going to see. I mean, you just when you think you've seen it all.
This is a new one for me.
Pace car
See,
hit the
Ernie-
barrels.
Chase said he looked like the pace car made a late decision to come on pit road.
Now you might be relieved to know that the pace car driver in this moment wasn't Michael Phelps. He was the honorary
Yeah, that would have.
in the pace car. But yeah, that was
Even Michael Phelps did a better job driving the pace
That's a
car.
pretty severe angle, Jeff. What's
Yeah,
this?
just turned too late. There was no way he could make it.
Jeez.
Well, Jeff, I'll give you credit. You give Diff and I rides in the pace car for 20 weeks straight. I feel pretty good about our performance. We haven't done this yet.
You haven't given us that kind of a ride.
Well, maybe next year.
Oh, that got that.
Oh, yeah.
That tickled FJ's funny bone. That's for sure.
You know what though? For championship teams, drivers, that's something that kind of takes a little tension away for a little bit, right? It gives you something else to focus on a little bit. And now, pace car official in NASCAR, they're not laughing about it, but there's these moments of less intensity, and this is one of those where everybody can kind of laugh a little bit, make fun of the pace car driver. And
We might have a red flag
take
for
their
this.
minds off of the championship battle
Yeah.
for just a moment.
What I would say, though, is looking forward to the event. This is going to take a while.
Yes.
Those barrels, yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, we saw cars go just past those barrels running the groove. It's going to have to be repaired.
The pace car driver is going to have in his defense, he's going to say, hey, Kyle Larson did that at Homestead last year, or in the past. We'll come back.
Well, we're under red flag conditions now all of a sudden. As we were about to go green, field had gotten the 1-to-go signal. Pace car pulling onto pit road had hit the barrels at the entrance of pit road. And we got sand everywhere. And because of not wanting to run lengthy amount of laps under caution, because it's going to take a minute to clean up, this race has been red flagged. Well, it's definitely a new one. Have you ever? As Larry McReynolds would say, no, I have never. Yeah, that is something. It does take a little tension and ease off of me being a Blaney fan. About to restart in fourth. Gives a little time for the raw feed to start working again. Maybe NASCAR's got some extra downtime to try to get the raw feed up and running on NASCAR.com now that we have a red flag under this situation. It is also kind of weird to think about, too, that Gibbs hit the wall as violently as he did. We didn't get a red flag for that, but we got a red flag for this. And the pace car hitting the barrels at the front of pit road. I don't even know if I've seen that in a video game glitch before, let alone in real life. Wild scenes here at the Phoenix Raceway. F in the chat for the pace car driver. Not sure how long this is going to be. I think this is going to be longer than the red flag that we had during the truck race, which was just over 6 minutes for the crash they had on the back straightaway. Unbelievable.
NBC Sports coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Don't text and drive, yeah.
It's brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by National Debt Relief, helping you become debt-free. Welcome back. Beautiful day in the high 70s here in the desert. And yes, put this one on the things you didn't expect to see as we welcome you back to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship presented by Brez Tree. Pace car hitting the end of pit road sand barrels. And that's why they're being replaced. Not replaced, just fixed, put back into place. And pit entry getting fixed up. That's why we've come to this stoppage. And they're accepting, Parker, that 22 pit stop. So tell us more.
Right, Lee, and it's red flag. This odd red flag gives us a chance to catch up with crew chief Paul Wolf here on the 22 team. You guys were great to start there, led there and won stage one, but we had a slow pit stop. What happened there?
Yeah, obviously a little disappointing. The Shell Mustang's been good to start the race. We have good pace, but everyone's pretty close. As you can see, it looks like track position is going to be tough to make today. So we're going to have to clean up pit road. But overall, I think our car is pretty close. Made a few small adjustments. Obviously, we may not have gone enough when we get back here in the dirty air, but we'll have to fight through it, and still got a long ways to go.
What do you tell the guys there if they have a stop like that?
Well, I mean, they've been doing this long enough. They know they'll brush it off and clean it up, and we'll be fine. It's part of it, and just got to move on.
Marty, that's the calm leadership of Paul Wolf of this 22 team.
Yeah, let's chat with Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief for the other team, Penske entrant, with Ryan Blaney. So it's kind of a moment of levity here with what happened with the pace car, but does it give you a moment to kind of step back and sort of reevaluate how stage one went?
Yeah, it's a little break for us for sure. Like you said, we can, look at what we did, kind of look at some of the changes that maybe our other teammates have made and some of the things that they were fighting. And then, we had a decent speed there, but, want to make it a little bit better.
All right, so let's talk about Ryan was really having to work hard to get around Tyler Reddick. Did he maybe find something that can help him later in the race?
Yeah, he definitely ran that apron a lot that run and, started making a little bit of time. 3 and 4 was pretty good, and I think he made 1 and 2 a little bit better as we went. I think he picked some of that up in the 45.
So while it was not a good stop for the 22 team, it was a good stop for the 12 team, Lee. They gained 2 spots here on that last stop.
And even though he's always traveling around the world, the captain, Roger Penske, is here on site watching 2 of his drivers fight for a NASCAR Cup Series title. Yep, this one wasn't on our radar when we woke up this morning. But hey, you got to deal with everything. You've even got to have a backup pace car. Stevie and I around in.
I didn't reckon.
That dude that got out of the backup pace car looked pissed. Is Brett Bodine still driving the pace cars, or it's somebody else now? I know for a while he was the driver of the pace car, but I don't know if he is or not still. I think this guy needs his license revoked. Why did he turn in so late? The lights were off, obviously, when they got to the flag stand the last time before that to get the 1 to go signal. So, I mean, he knew for a half a lap that he was going to have to come into the pits. Made such a wide turn coming in. He was probably daydreaming. That's the only thing I could think of. Maybe he just didn't get enough sleep the night before, and he was just daydreaming. He's like, oh, shoot, I got to turn in right now. Boom! Sand everywhere. Unbelievable. Chat's going nuts. Yeah, definitely been a crazy season. Yes, it has. And this does put a cap on it. Crazy thing about that is that this race ain't even over yet either. As if you didn't think that the season was crazy enough. A few years ago, IndyCar race, pace car wrecked hard. Wasn't that in a rain situation? I think I know of that if it was. We've seen the pace car on fire before. I remember that. But obviously nobody was at fault for that happening. Spy Man, thanks for tuning in. What's the red flag for? Well, you're not going to believe this, but we were about to go green. Field had gotten the 1 to go signal, and then the pace car driver drove into the sand barrels at the front of pit road. Made a late turn to come down into the pits, sideswiped the barrels. We aren't under red anymore, thankfully. Back to caution flag conditions.
Dollars in the NASCAR Powerball Playoff in a thrilling finale featuring the final 4 Powerball players. Megan Lewis, a Louisiana lottery player, was declared the winner, but her number was drawn from the Powerball machine. We are excited to officially announce that Powerball will be back in 2025 with its NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion. Stay tuned to your state lottery for entry dates, and remember that every time you play Powerball, you support important causes in your home state. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR.
Huge congrats to Mrs. Lewis. And that too is a game changer like today's going to be for the championship 4. Okay. Situation clear and
all right, well, we're back to green flag conditions here. Chase Elliott, who again nabbed the lead on pit road, gaining 4 positions, will lead the field to the green inside row 1 for the restart. Bell to the outside of the row. William Byron on the back bumper of the 9, giving him a push down on the front stretch and entering turn 1, looking to the inside of the 9 car as well. Christopher Bell nearly able to clear for the race lead off turn 2. Elliott hangs on the left rear corner panel for a bit, and now Bell is clear into 3. Ryan Blaney side by side with William Byron for 3rd. Off the exit of turn 4, Byron trying to hang on the left rear corner panel of the 12 car. Nobody really goes down onto the apron that time. Byron holding door to door and tightly with that 12. Martin Truex Jr. on the outside 3 wide of Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano on the exit of turn 2. Logano barely squeezing up in front of the 19 car. Not a lot of room there, but was clear. Truex all over that left rear quarter panel of Logano in the outer lane through 3 and 4. Denny Hamlin drives right back to the inside of the 22 again. 22 can't break clear. Just like with Blaney and Byron right now, they can't break clear of each other either. Off the exit of turn 2, 3rd lap following the restart, Blaney is finally cleared for 3rd. Chase Elliott in the 2nd place position right there in front of him. Bell trying to get away early in stage 2. Bell's opened up a 7/10 of a second lead over Chase Elliott in 2nd. Ryan Blaney 1 second off the lead in 3rd. William Byron 4th. Joey Logano 5th. Denny Hamlin in 6th. 7th for Martin Truex Jr. Kyle Larson 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. Carson Hocevar is 10th. Top 10, lap 75 here in this stage. Tyler Reddick side by side with Kyle Larson for 8th place on the racetrack. Reddick looking to make the pass through 3 and 4 on the inside. Couldn't stay alongside with him on the front stretch. Championship 4 following the restart. Blaney 3rd, Byron 4th, 5th for Logano, and Reddick in 9th. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 9th as of right now. We'll see if Christopher Bell can maybe go out here and get that Phoenix sweep. So close to that championship 4 week ago at Martinsville following the late race situation they had there. And trying to prove a point here this weekend. Truex has since gotten by Denny Hamlin for 6th on the racetrack after Hamlin was unable to stay door-to-door for very long after. Carson Hocevar now door-to-door with Tyler Reddick for 9th after Reddick was not able to get by the 5 of Larson. So Hocevar, the rookie, trying to make a pass on the 45 car. Maybe got back in the gas a little too soon in the center of the corner. Had to lift again because he was almost clear. Really trying to do his best to race the 45 car cleanly and not make the contact. Gave him plenty of room, and now he cuts to the apron through the dog leg before entering turn 1 to still try to complete the pass. Up off the exit of turn 2, and they'll still be side by side. Nope, not anymore. Hocevar clear. Reddick now falls to 10th. Two had some extra caution laps with the whole pace car deal following the red flag. Not sure exactly how long that red flag lasted. It was actually a little quicker than I thought it was going to be. So at least good on the safety crew to get those barrels back in place and get the sand cleaned up on the entrance of pit road as quickly as they did. Backup pace car seems to be working well also, so that's good. Ross Chastain battling with Bubba Wallace. Wallace on the move in this one. He is just outside the top 10 and 11th after making the pass on Chastain, so he's right behind his teammate in the running order. Bubba started all the way back in 29th in this one, so he's up 18 positions. And I believe is the biggest mover of the race so far from when we started this thing about an hour ago. Lap 23 this time by. In stage 2, it'll be lap 83 overall. 125 laps in stage 2, 127 in stage 3. Again, they will have to pit for fuel purposes at some point. You can go almost 100 laps on a full tank of gas here. With where the tire wear is, although it's not as much as what we saw even at Martinsville last week, they are going to end up having to pit for tires as well at some point here in this stage also. Blaney and Elliott separated by just a couple tenths of a second from each other. Elliott's still barely clinging on to just slightly less than a second off of the race leader at the front of the field. Reddick needs more pace. This is definitely the case. Jeff Gordon should be the pace car driver. I think he's too busy with his role at Hendrick Motorsports to have that be the case right now. Wow, longest active top 10 streaks here at Phoenix. 8 for Blaney, which I knew coming in. Didn't realize the next closest driver was Truex, Chastain, Buescher, McDowell, and probably several others with 2. And trying to go, obviously, for 7 straight top 5s if he can get another one here in this one today. Got a little over a second gap built up between himself and William Byron. Joey Logano still pretty tightly behind the 24 car within a few tenths of a second. Similar distance between the 24-22 as what we have between the 9 and the 12 for second place. Blaney maybe slightly closer to Elliott than Logano is to Byron. Again, Logano did lose 4 positions on pit road, went from the lead after winning stage 1 back to 5th. And Truex, who was in 2nd at the end of that stage, also ended up losing 5 positions, restarted 7th, gained 1 spot on Hamlin, and now currently sits in 6th. Christopher Bell, who won the first laps led for himself so far today, 16 laps led here in stage 2 for Christopher Bell. Michael McDowell making an unscheduled pit stop, it looks like on pit road. He was already a lap down, so problems for the Arizona native at his home track here today. Let's take a full field running order rundown here in the early going of stage 2 and see how everything's shaped up following that last restart. Again, Christopher Bell in the lead. Chase Elliott in second. Ryan Blaney third. William Byron fourth. Joey Logano fifth. Martin Truex Jr. in sixth. Seventh for Denny Hamlin. Kyle Larson eighth. Carson Hocevar ninth. And Tyler Reddick is 10th. Bubba Wallace in 11th. Chris Buescher 12th. Ross Chastain 13th. Austin Cindric 14th. And Alex Bowman in 15th. 16th for Noah Gragson. Justin Haley 17th. Daniel Suarez 18th. John Hunter Nemechek 19th, Brad Keselowski 20th, Harrison Burton 21st, Zane Smith 22nd, Ryan Preece 23rd, Chase Briscoe 24th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th, Jimmy Johnson 26th, Kyle Busch 27th, Ty Gilliland 28th, Eric Jones 29th, and Corey LaJoie 30th, Austin Dillon 31st, Daniel Hemrick 32nd, Josh Berry 33rd, Derek Kraus 34th, and Kaz Grala 35th, 36th, J.J. Yaley, Michael McDowell 37th, again just pitted, Chad Fincham 38th, Jeb Burton 39th, and Ty Gibbs out of the race. Only driver out still. 40th place finish for him in the final race of the season. Just saw somebody else coming to pit road. Looks like McDowell's coming down again. Yeah, so definitely some issues for the 34. Not sure if maybe he had a speeding penalty or something of that nature, which is why he's pitting the second time, but not great. Blaney settling in nice. Still building a gap between him and Byron for the championship lead, which is good. Byron still maybe holding up Logano and Truex just behind him. Now looking at closer to a 1.5-second gap between the 24 and the 22 on track. I'll look to see if the raw feed's back up and running again. Have it checked in a minute. NASCAR.com. It'll be up at some point in the middle of the race. Yep, right now, in fact, it looks like it's up. I lied. Never mind. No, it's not up. I thought, oh, there we go. I lied again. It is up. We had a false alarm and then a false alarm again. And nope, the fact is now true again. So there we go. We've got our usual leaderboard back. Always good to see. 1.6-second lead, as you see on screen, for Christopher Bell. At last lap, Ryan Blaney was actually the quickest of the top three. Both he and Byron were in the 28.7s compared to Elliott and Bell in front of them, 28.8s. Bell still has not gotten into lap traffic yet here in the early going of stage 2. No cautions in this stage so far, just the lengthy caution laps following the brief red flag we had for the pace car incident during the stage break caution, which was our second yellow of the day, first since lap 2. And that red flag was 5 minutes and 47 seconds officially. So slightly shorter than that of the truck race, which was barely over 6 minutes on Friday night. I keep having to refresh the chat also. For some reason, it's like I don't refresh the chat. I don't see you guys actually posting anything, and then I refresh it. I'm like, oh man, I've missed a lot. Rick Zink, thanks for tuning in. Do have a backup pace car. I had to start at the rear. No boy. You know, oddly enough, that is probably the case because that was probably the second pace car. Usually, from experience, obviously, going to NASCAR races and even what I've seen on TV over the years, they'll split the field in half. They'll have 2 pace cars on the initial start. I'm not sure exactly why that is the case, but that's probably the second pace car then, if I had to imagine. They probably had backup pace cars ever since it got stolen at Talladega that one time back in the 80s. Probably like, you know what, we should probably have a second one of these, and then they probably had a backup pace car ever since. That's my guesstimate of the race. my history guesstimate of the live commentary stream today. Silent Owl Scribe, thanks for tuning in. Kyle Busch horrible at Phoenix is crazy. So he started 27th or somewhere around there. It was deep in the field. Might be around where he's running right now, 29th. He was up in the teens from what I noticed in stage one. And now he's fallen well back. I don't know if he had a slow pit stop or something of that nature. But, I mean, he was up around 17th from what I saw. And I was like, okay, maybe he's starting to charge through the field. We'll see if Busch has speed today. You know, I was kind of thinking about it earlier today, too, as bad of a season as he's had. What if he just came with, like, an illegal race car? Passed pre-race inspection, did something to it, you know, made it illegal during the race. Worst case scenario, well, I guess they do take the wins away nowadays. Never mind. I was going to say, if you get, like, an encumbered win, a win is a win and it keeps the streak alive, but I guess they took away Denny Hamlin's win at Pocono a couple of years ago, so they probably would take the actual win away itself now. Never mind on that.
A quick reminder that you can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards, and you can earn every time you check in for a race. Today being the last chance this year, of course. Trade points in for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. NASCAR.com/fan rewards. Here's Christopher Bell in the Interstate Batteries Toyota Camry. And Stevie, he won earlier this year, and he did that by winning stage 2. This could be a little bit of history repeating here.
Yeah, and you pointed out a couple times. I think if you look at any driver other than the championship 4 that won a purple point here, it's Bell, who went into the media center and had some strong statements about the actions we saw on the racetrack. He felt cheated, was his words, that he felt he should be part of this championship 4. So the only real defense, the only real moment he has now is to go out and prove everybody wrong and win the race and kind of make that statement. So
Christopher Bell, he is one of our future superstars. And I love the fact that he has now gained enough confidence in himself to go express himself the way he did. That's what we need from the leaders in our sport. He's certainly one of them. Behind the scenes, Christopher Bell is doing some good stuff. I like him in front, telling people the truth and telling something's got to be better. And he will use that. Don't make this guy mad. He's already super fast. You motivate him more, you'll have to deal with him for years to come.
So once you look at the stage, this second stage is 125 laps. It is going to require a pit stop. They can go to about 90 laps on fuel, and we've seen them currently run only about 40. But it wouldn't shock me as we see this battle between the 9 of Chase Elliott and the 12 of Blaney finally heat up. Blaney to the outside of the 9. We'll see if he'll be able to complete the pass.
Nicely done. That's for second place.
Yeah, moved up into the second position. And I think with this high exit, he should have momentum off the corner. He does. So back to when they will come to pit road or not, I really believe in about 20 or 25 laps, we're going to see people come to pit road, not because they need fuel, because these tires are starting to lose a little bit of speed. So that's this new wave of NASCAR racing. You don't run until you need fuel. You look at the math, the predicted number of yellows, and you be very aggressive. You come down pit road, get those fresh tires, and try to pass your opponents on the pit cycle. Now, remember, pit road entry here, I thought, was pretty simple. Now, I got the pace car already today, so I'm hoping these drivers paid attention and don't make a mistake.
So Ryan Blaney is the highest placed championship 4 driver, Marty, and second overall. Let's talk more about him.
And he made much quicker work of his good friend Chase Elliott to get to second than he did in stage 1, trying to get around Tyler Reddick. And Blaney did not have any real complaints about the car, but he did ask, are people starting to run higher in turn 1 and 2? The response was, they haven't been able to make speed, but Blaney just did. And they're talking about what Steve talked about him sitting in about 25 laps.
William Byron coming into his second championship 4 appearance, and he felt way less pressure coming into this race. He said last year was an honor to be in the championship 4. This year, it feels like they know what the goal is. It's to win the championship. Anything short of that is not going to be fun. Right now, the car is not very fun. It's tight in there. They're telling him, Parker, to work on his entry.
For Joe Logano, he's trying to run down William Byron right now. He hasn't had many comments about the race cars. They've been put back in traffic after winning stage one and having that slow pit stop at the end of stage one. But he did come on the radio and describe the brakes and saying he's lost the pulse in those brakes, which I can only assume means maybe a little bit of the life or the stopping power. So right now, just not having the stopping power that he wants that 22 car game.
Parker, numbers usually don't lie, and Tyler Reddick was fourth in a lot of categories compared to the other Championship 4 drivers coming into today's event, but they're not giving up. Right now, the car is just a little bit looser than it was earlier. He's being encouraged to try fifth gear in turns 1 and 2 and see if that'll correct the problem a little bit, but they've got to make some changes to this 45 car.
Well, we've seen time and again, Billy Scott, the crew chief for the 45 of Tyler Reddick, made some pretty good calls. Needing to be another call coming up to get that 45 back up front.
We're about a third of the way through our championship race at Phoenix today. A 1.9 second lead for Christopher Bell over Ryan Blaney in second. Blaney leads the championship 4 as of right now in that spot. Chase Elliott sits in third. William Byron, the next championship 4 driver behind the 12, is in fourth. And then Joey Logano still in fifth since the restart. Martin Truex Jr. in sixth. Denny Hamlin 7th. Kyle Larson 8th. Carson Hocevar 9th. And Tyler Reddick is 10th. 11th for Chris Buescher. Bubba Wallace in 12th. Austin Cindric 13th. Ross Chastain 14th. And Noah Gragson 15th. 16th is Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez 17th, Justin Haley 18th, Brad Keselowski 19th, John Henry Nemechek in 23rd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 24th, Todd Gilliland 25th, Austin Dillon 26th, Kyle Busch 27th, Jimmy Johnson 28th, Daniel Hemrick 29th, and the last car in the lead lap is Josh Berry in 30th. Corey LaJoie 31st, Eric Jones is 32nd, 33rd for Ryan Preece, Derek Kraus 34th, Kaz Gralla 35th, JJ Yeley 36th, Michael McDowell 37, Chad Fincham 38, Jim Burton 39, Ty Gibbs out of the race again 40th. Christopher Bell's led 42 laps today. He's quickly approaching Joey Logano for the most laps led. Joey had led for 54. The 9 car, Chase Elliott led for 7 laps, all during caution after winning the race off pit road. 1 lap led for William Byron in the pits, and the first 9 laps of the race were led by the pole sitter Martin Truex Jr. 5 different drivers have led at least 1 lap today, and we've currently had 4 lead changes. And with 28 cars on the lead lap, Daniel Hemrick in the 31 car had received the free pass during the stage caution at lap 60. He is now the last car back in the lead lap yet again.
Yeah, it's the NASCAR Cup Series Championship Day here on NBC, presented by Breasttree, continues. Toyota on board here, showing us the man, Jimmy Johnson, 4-time winner here, 7-time Cup champ. You will see Jimmy, a little bird tells me, you'll see him again in the car next year. But Steve, your old friend, it'll be on a limited run. This is the 9th race for this year. Yes, he's on part of the ownership structure at Legacy Motor Club. He's really enjoying that, by the way, he told me yesterday. That's a different element to his professional life. And it's a big deal for the partners to see a legend, a Hall of Famer, still behind the wheel, even if it's just on the odd occasion.
Yeah, and I have to wonder as we start to see green flag pit stops start. The 11 of Denny Hamlin just came down to pit road. Kim.
Denny reporting it was tight on initial throttle, and crew chief Chris Gaypark said this is a little bit of a science experiment this weekend for them. They were putting all their efforts in to helping the 45 of Tyler Reddick as he made his first championship appearance. So they'll look for a slight air pressure adjustment on that 11 car as the 22 makes its way onto pit road.
All right, Cam, as he comes out in pit road as he cycles start here, he was asking the team for more drive off than turn, which means he needs to be able to put the power down better on next to that 22. Oh, he gets stopped there by Justin Haley coming out of his stall. This will slow down their cycle here. It'll be 4 tires and trying to have those adjustments.
As William Byron makes his way, again, he's got pit stall 1. This squad, one of the best off pit road. They've been intact all 3 seasons of the next gen car, like we reported. William Byron just a little bit tight through the center. 4 fresh Goodyear tires fueled, Dave.
Tyler Reddick wanted 4 fresh Goodyear tires with an air pressure adjustment to free it up just a little bit more. He thinks that'll help, Marty.
Highest running championship 4 driver. So the championship 4 drivers to come to pit road. He said he was losing a little bit of rear grip as the run went on. But he told Johnson, sir, keep going the direction you went on that first stop. And it's been a good stop. They gained him 2 spots. On the last caution stop, we'll see what they do under here under green.
We'll have to see if the extra laps hurt the 12. As he leaves pit road, we'll be looking for William Byron, the 9 of Chase Elliott, all the cars that he was racing before. I think the 12 is going to blend out in front of him. Here comes Byron right there. You see Blaney up the road just inside of Kyle Larson. Kim.
Superbell early in the day reporting that he needed to turn maybe on throttle. It's going to one better be in this fast run. No place for Superbell and that Toyota.
So he's serviced and sent. It was good from the 12. Team Penske, the Menards Ford, here he is. Blaney remains ahead of title contender William Byron.
I was waiting to see how much time the 20 had lost running those extra laps, but that's the advantage of having a 2.4-second lead. You could take a breath, you could pit last. So while he isn't currently leading the race, he's back to leading of the cars who have pitted. The ones in front of him, Larson, Hocevar, Bowman, Stenhouse, Gillen, all those cars yet to come to pit road. Close call for the 22 of Joey Logano. Remember, penalized, didn't get to pick his stall, was assigned by NASCAR. And as he turns in right here, he has to just wait for the 7 of Justin Haley to leave. Really nice job of not making this worse. Heads up. You don't hate to give up the time, but damage to the 22 would be a big issue. Those are always kind of a, who has the right? We get asked that question all the time. And in theory, the car coming in should have the right of way, but I always figured, Jeff, that if I can get out in front of you, I have to. I'm not going to sit in my stall and wait.
That's right. You got to go. And also, you can't be in denial. Joey Logano and his team making a good decision there and saying, hey, we just got to check up here, especially under a green flag stop, right? It's actually when you have a slow stop, it's actually worse under caution because everybody comes down pit road. You never want to lose spots, but you also can't damage your car.
Couple of penalties that have been handed out. The 14 of Chase Briscoe for speeding and an uncontrolled tyre on the 7 of Justin Haley. So that stop was a little costly for Justin and the Spire Motorsports team. Let's take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and it belongs to the man who has led 54 laps today. That's the Shell Pennzoil Ford of Joey Logano. Trying to become a 3-time Cup Series champ here today. Look at this. The drivers who have won 3 or more. Meant for the simple fact that Joey got into this sport at such a young age at this high level. He's got 2 Cup championships, stuff that drivers can only dream of. Now he's going to go into even more rarefied air if he can get a 3rd. To have his name there with DW, Darrell Waltrip, and Tony Stewart, and the late Cale Yarborough, David Pearson, would be incredible. That's what Martin Truex Jr.'s view looks like with thanks to Toyota. Dave, what you got?
Kyle Larson finally getting up at the point in the 5-car. It's a pretty good qualifying run for it to start the day, but it was too loose. Started this run a little bit tighter, but went too loose again. So still trying to get this car just right for Kyle Larson.
Larson's going to go out as the most successful driver this year as far as race wins concerned with 6. Maybe today could be 7.
For Larson's going to hurt his instant track position, but with 60 to go in the stage, we'll just have to see if the pressure tires pay off over this long run to the finish.
Well, he made Joey Logano's car better. He was able to get by Hamlin, strip it away from Truex. Looks like he has more speed in his car this run.
See that really cool design on Jimmy Johnson's Carvana Toyota? That was a competition winner, a fan, and that fan is here with the Legacy Motor Club team. Look how neat it is.
It's great representation. Really, it reminds you of Phoenix. Without even knowing where he was going to race, it just seems like Valley of the Sun out here. Good looking car. Carvana's home is out here. It's all 7 time. Think about as Legacy tries to improve. They're making changes in management and executive and the engineering group.
But there's certain things that I don't think engineering can do, and that's mindset and approach. The wealth of knowledge Jimmy can bring as somebody who's found success at such a high level in this sport.
So we've got just one left out there in terms of Todd Gilliland, who is yet to come in pit. Actually, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as well as Christopher Bell has gone to the top, and he's the leader overall and the leader on that strategy. On the early side, now about to be 50 laps, Steve.
Yeah, so why is Todd Gilliland and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. run? This isn't really about track position. This is actually about a lap, right? So these drivers felt like they were going to lose a lap to these leaders over the 125 lap run. They're going to lose a lap whether they pit with the leaders or whether they run long right here. So they're just putting themselves in position to have something go their way. We saw this work for Allgaier yesterday. It led him all the way to the Xfinity Series Championship. Run long, a caution is what the driver, the 38, and Ricky Stenhouse, the driver, the 47, are looking for.
When that tiebreaker situation came down, and then the penalty to Christopher Bell saying, no, you're not going through to the playoff because you rode that wall, he walked over and he congratulated William Byron. William Byron said it was difficult for me. I couldn't celebrate somebody else's misfortune, but that was part of the high drama last weekend.
About 54 laps to go in stage 2 of 3, lap 132 of 312 total in this race. So still in the first half of it. Christopher Bell has a 1.9 second lead over Ryan Blaney in the actual race itself. And Bell has led the most laps in the race so far, just a little bit more than Joey Logano. Well, at least is about to get to that point. Looks like 53 laps led for Bell, 54 for Logano to this point. A couple other drivers led the first laps of the race during the green flag pit cycling. 1 lap for Alex Bowman, 7 laps for Kyle Larson, and 1 lap for Todd Gilliland. So we are now sitting at 8 different drivers that have led at least once in this race. And we currently have 8 lead changes amongst those 8 different leaders. With Bell having a 2-second lead behind that, again, Blaney in second, William Byron third, fourth for Chase Elliott, Joey Logano in fifth, Todd Gilliland sixth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is seventh. He still has to pit yet, same for Gilliland. Denny Hamlin in 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 10. So the drivers that I see on the list that still have to pit, it looks like Hemrick has to pit yet. I'm not sure on Buescher. His fastest lap was at 119, so I'd assume he is already pit. So Hemrick in 12th has to pit. Stenhouse and Gilliland in the top 10 have to pit yet. And I believe that's it. Everybody else seems to have made a green flag pit stop here in stage 2 other than those 3. So they'll probably fall off the lead lap once they do pit. They're just holding out as long as they can in case we get a caution. 25 cars are on the lead lap as of right now. Yeah, Blaney was eating into the lead, or at least the gap over Bell, and I think traffic might have cleared out when more of those lead lap cars that were initially in front of him finally started to pit. Because it was about 0.8 of a second difference, and now it's up to about a 2.1 second difference. And Bell consistently has been about a 10th or so quicker lap than that of the 12. The last lap, William Byron actually was the fastest car on the racetrack. And right back to Bell again the following lap after that. Bell was passing J.J. Yaley 2 laps ago, so that might have been the difference in Byron being the fastest car on track for 1 lap. He'll be around the 24 at that time.
49 laps left to run in stage 2 here on Championship Day in the NASCAR Cup Series. Lee Dippy, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte with you. And the 22 of Joey Logano from Team Penske got off to a flying start, led 54 laps. And then there's been a couple of setbacks, and there's more news within the 22 camp. Tell us more, Parker.
Right, Lee, it has to do with the pit crew here. They're making a change on pit road to their Jack and Graham Stoddard. He seemed to be not feeling well. He's getting attention from the team's PT at this time. So Patrick Bray from the 2-car, Austin Cindric, has come down here to be the Jack fan for the 22 team. I don't have any information on what's going on with Graham, why he's not feeling well, but right now they've already got Patrick Bray down here from the 2 team in his discount tire
overalls right now, as you see there on the bottom left of the screen. So a Jackman change on the 22 team. And Steve, you know, these are the type of things you have to be ready for. These organizations, anything can happen down here on pit road, they've made this change on the 22.
Well, that is the advantage to a multi-car operation that unfortunately couldn't get all their cars in. They got 2 of their cars in, so you can't go take a pit crew member from the 12, right? So a 3-car operation, 4 if you include the Wood Brothers, which they provide service to as well. But next man up, the Cindric car, and if you're Austin Cindric, you hate to lose a pit crew member, but you understand the situation. Cindric running 15th, but you know when you drive a company like Team Penske, the ultimate goal is the championship, and you're going to have to lose your crew member for the greater good.
No different than in any other sport. Marty.
And Jeff, that 4th team that Steve just mentioned coming into play here as well. So Ty Snelson, the Jackman for Harrison Burton, has now moved over to Austin Cindric's team. He's here in the 2 pit. So Team Penske working together throughout the organization to make sure that Joey Logano has the Jackman that they want for the rest of this race.
Name our safety team there for Graham from the 22 team. So we wish him well. And these are the things that can happen on championship day that test the full resources of the teams involved.
Well, you hate to see that. You hate to see anybody sick, even obviously uncomfortable. The positive side of things is that, and he would love to hear this, they made that 22 car faster. There is no doubt about it. Joey Logano's been able to drive himself up to 4th place here, and he is the fastest car on the racetrack right now. A little concerned about this car. He led, but then he seemed to give up a little bit, and he got back to track. It lost his track position. I was worried they didn't have speed. I'm convinced now that they do.
Gap from the lead of Christopher Bell to Ryan Blaney in 2nd remains a pretty steady and stable 2 seconds. Goes to 2.1, goes to 1.9. It kind of fluctuates, but it's pretty stable.
What I was impressed with the 12 of Ryan Blaney is I thought the weakness of the 12 car was the short run. But it was actually the opposite off from pit road. When the 12 left his pit stall, went on pit road, his first 2 or 3 laps on the racetrack compared to the 20s were much faster. So what I thought we had seen is the weakness of 12 was the strength of this run.
So they watched the 30-year-old from North Carolina who's trying to defend his title. He's a 3rd-generation racer. Granddad Lou, and then, of course, Dad Dave. And when we spent some time with Ryan a little earlier this week, and Jeff, you can speak to this, right? Because racers of famous fathers, it gets to a point where they're like, hey, I'm the guy driving now. I don't want to talk about my dad all the time. But he said, you know what? Dad still does play a role in my job now. And he's not overbearing. He doesn't get over-involved. But he said he's still there as a resource for me. A, he's my dad. B, he's got a ton of experience. And he said sometimes he'll go out and stand in a corner and he'll tell me what he sees. And he'll do it when I ask him or when he feels it's pertinent, doesn't press it. That's a pretty neat story.
It's a very cool relationship. And that family, they're just racers. Every one of them loves being at the racetrack. And I love the fact that Ryan says, hey, Dad, why don't you come to the racetrack this weekend? And just go down there and watch the race car. Come have a conversation with me. They get along great, and they have very much the same personalities.
What you got, Marty?
And Lee, it was a pretty infamous now conversation between Dave Blaney and his son Ryan Blaney in winning the championship last year. He told him there was a path for him to win the championship. And then after he won Martinsville, he told his son that path is now lit up. So Blaney hadn't heard from his dad in a while. So after the defeat at Miami, which was just gut-wrenching for this 12 team, he texted his dad and he said, any thoughts? And he said, the path is still there, son. It's a little muddy, but that is what cleats are made for. I can't imagine, Jeff, how important it is for Ryan Blaney to have that level of experience to lean on. And hey, cleats might get Blaney toward the championship today.
You always need a little advice, right?
Just an update from the driver to his team. You see the work. It's mental fatigue on top of the pit box. You're asking yourself time and time again, not only how is your car performing, how are the competitors performing? You have all that data, all that information. You're constantly asking yourself every 4 or 5 laps, if we have a yellow now, what's the plan? Are we pitting? Are we not? What are the adjustments we're going to make? Where are we at on strategy? I will tell you, when you get done with these races, Dip, you climb down off that pit box, you're exhausted. It feels like you ran a marathon just with the
questions you continue to ask yourself. Not to mention communicating to war rooms. All these organizations have rooms back at their facilities in North Carolina. We're watching this coverage, dissecting the information. Joey Logano, you said, was better, and he's proven it now. Jeff, as he's really worked his way to the back of this 24, William Byron.
And to emphasize how important it is for everything to be perfect, Ryan Blaney just talked about he had this big loss of grip. Right? I had this big loss of grip the last couple laps with the back of my race car. Second fastest the last 3 laps. Okay? So to him, a big loss is actually, it's small. But he needs to express that in a way that his crew chief can understand it. That's a relationship that they have built over time. Early in their relationship, the crew chief might be doing, hey, we got to make a big change. He said it was a big problem. But now he understands. That is how Ryan communicates.
William Byron up ahead. The Hunt Brothers Pizza View from Joey Logano.
Well, keeping up at the racetrack was the #1 goal that wanted to be different this year for the 24 of William Byron. He came here to Phoenix a year ago and had a good car. They just didn't feel like they kept up with the changing racetrack. I've heard it both from driver, crew chief. Heck, we heard it from driver's dad walking through the tunnel here that we're going to keep up with the track. So you can see that's the mantra of the 24. We'll see if they're able to do it here as we're nearing in halfway.
Byron goes by. RCR's Austin Dillon. Here comes Logano. Logano starting to turn up the heat on fellow Championship 4 driver. Watch that yellow 22 on the low side. This is for 3rd place. And Logano, can he make it stick? Byron's going to have some momentum on that high line. It's Hendrick Motorsports versus Team Penske. And there's a quiet confidence inside that 24 camp. They feel they can get it done.
Oh, that was a good exit right there by Logano, able to stay on the quarter panel. Now he's going to enter turn 1 with forward momentum. This spot is his.
Just slide up, shut the exit off for the 24.
Exalter on board. We were looking at William. Now we're looking ahead at Joey. So Byron loses a position. The lead has come down to 1.6 seconds. Bell over Blaney.
157 laps to go in the race entirely, 32 laps to go in stage 2. 21 cars are now in the lead lap, and the gap between first and second. Christopher Bell leads the race. Ryan Blaney leads the Championship 4 race, 1.4 seconds off the lead. Blaney has a 3.1 second advantage over his teammate Joey Logano, who is now in 3rd after passing William Byron the last lap. Joey Logano, since the last pit stop during the green flag conditions, halfway or so in this second stage, has been the quickest car consistently on the racetrack. That last lap, he was the fastest yet again, 28.822 to that of Blaney's 28.939. Blaney 0.3 quicker than that of Christopher Bell, who ran a 29.254 the last time by. John Hunter Nemechek has now just gone a lap down, so now we're down to 20 cars on the lead lap. Ryan Preece is the last of which currently on the lead lap. Our average race speed, 104.58 miles per hour, about an hour and a half into the race so far. As we go through the top 10 on the leaderboard, again, Christopher Bell is out in front by 1.1 seconds ahead of Blaney, 4.2 seconds ahead of Joey Logano. William Byron, 5.7 seconds back already in 4th. Chase Elliott in 5th, 9 seconds off the lead. 9.8 seconds back for Denny Hamlin in 6th. Chris Buescher in 7th after starting deep in the field. He's 10.4 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson, 11.1 seconds back in 8th. 9th for Martin Truex Jr., 12.1 seconds off the lead. Tyler Reddick, 13.1 seconds back in 10th. So that is the top 10 on the leaderboard. 78 laps led for a current leader, Christopher Bell. Joey Logano is led for 54. 1 for Byron. 7 for Elliott and Larson. 9 for Truex. 1 for Gillen. 1 for Bowman during green flag pit stops. And that is your race update to this point. Again, 8 different drivers have led, 8 lead changes, 1 car out of the race. Ty Gibbs, a lap 2 incident. That was the only incidental caution of this race. And lap 60 was the stage caution, of course. Had a 5-minute, 47-second red flag for the pace car hitting the barrels towards the back half of that caution. But since that red flag has been lifted and we went green to start stage 2, we have not had a caution since. It'll be well over a 100-lap green flag run to the end of stage 2 if we continue to stay green to the next green-white checkered flag.
Xfinity delivers the fastest king and wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage from green flag to checkered flag, and the best seat in the house. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. We got the good stuff here today with the NASCAR Cup Series Championship finale on NBC, presented by Tree. It's a non-championship 4 driver leading. He feels he should have been a championship 4. That's Christopher Bell for Joe Gibbs Racing. But that lead has come down from as far as 2.1. Actually, one stage it was 3 seconds, down to around the 2s. And now Ryan Blaney is within half a second of Christopher Bell. It is on at the front.
It's going to be busy out front of Bell, who has traffic. Listen to the patience. I mean, that is as fragile as you can be with the throttle pedal on corner exit just because of the overall grip. Let's compare it to this end. Could be a little more aggressive on the exit of turn 4.
Good cars, some good lap traffic. Ryan Preece, who had good pace early in this race. Got a little bit off on a pit cycle, pitted early, so he's on a little bit older tire.
You see Blaney basically just not following the 20, looking for that cleaner air. That was the groove. He ran a little bit higher, which helped him on corner exit. We'll see what he does here. Once again, kind of the middle, splitting the 20 in the lap car, the 44 of Yaley.
Whoa. Bell had his hands full there a little bit for a moment. Yaley is picking in the middle at the moment, and now Blaney's able to clear him. Just how much pressure will he put on him over these 23 laps? Does Ryan Blaney want to clear the 20 and then clear out? Or is he happy just to sit there?
He is not happy to sit there. He needs this spot. We've already seen how important pit road's going to be today. You got to come on pit road leading this race.
One of the things Ryan Blaney said coming into this weekend as the reigning champions trying to defend their title, he said, we're better. We're even better as a team than what we were last year. We were good enough to win this last year, and we're even better this year. I mean, his numbers, folks, how about this? As far as the laps he has completed have been quality laps and he's been able to maximize. The percentage of laps completed this year, the best driver of the championship 4, William Byron, who completed almost 98% of the laps. Ryan Blaney is the worst at 33rd on the list of percentage of laps completed. And he completed 627 laps.
Well, I hear a lot of conversation about the format, but we have to understand that the competitors operate within the parameters set.
Absolutely.
I mean, you race, it's an unpopular statement, but the goal right now is to win stage 1, stage 2, and lead the final lap of the race. All the laps in between are just a pathway to get to those accomplishments. So you mentioned it, right? What Blaney is trying to accomplish, his approach is different than Byron's.
Well, don't forget those 7 DNFs. Remember, we spoke about that a lot. And a lot of them were early.
It's a great battle right here. Right in front of Blaney. Preece is putting up a huge fight, trying to keep Bell behind him.
Looking at that progressive telemetry on the screen. Some important numbers there. Just watch what Ryan does inside the cockpit. Throttle and brake trace.
19 cars on the lead lap.
While we watch this, I want to give a shout out to some other drivers, some non-championship 4 drivers who have had a good run today. Chris Buescher in his RFK Racing Ford is up to 7th. He's made up 17 positions from where he started. So too Daniel Suarez. He's made up 20 positions to be running 14th in his Trackhouse Chevy. Carver Wallace has made up 18 positions. So there's 3 drivers for you who've had awesome days thus far with 17 to go in stage 2. And there's Buescher in that Fastenal Ford. He's just gone past Chase Elliott.
Season of what ifs for the 17. We talk about these photo finishes. Well, he was unfortunate on the losing end of a couple of them, Jeff, and then went on to win Walker Flynn in the playoffs. You just wonder if literally inches, right? If Buescher could be inches further ahead on one of those finishes earlier in the year, he would have been in the playoffs. What they could have made of it. Clean air now between Blaney and the 12 and the 20.
I know Atlanta was closer. But just the drama of the Glen on that last lap. That was my
so
favorite.
good. It was good.
Jeff, that's no disrespect to Harrison either. It was a pretty close between those two.
Oh, yeah, listen, I can put a list together too. I mean, we've had a great year of racing. I mean, it has been phenomenal. I could not, you mentioned the format earlier. The format is part of what's made the racing great. I mean, every race matters. Every lap matters.
Just trying to crawl his way forward to get up there and hassle Christopher Bell a little bit more. Blaney's on top with the championship 4.
15 laps to go in stage 2, and the lead is now just 0.3 of a second for Bell over Blaney, but Joey Logano is fast approaching, running similar, if not better, lap times than the two cars in front of him. 1.4 seconds off the lead for Joey Logano in third. William Byron 5.3 seconds back in fourth. Denny Hamlin 7.1 seconds back in fifth. Chris Buescher in sixth, 7.8 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson in seventh, 9.2 seconds off the lead as he just passed Chase Elliott. Elliott in eighth, 9.8 seconds off the lead. 10.5 seconds back, Martin Truex Jr. in 10th. Tyler Reddick in 10th, 11.8 seconds behind Christopher Bell. So 13 to go here in stage 2. More like 12.5, coming up on 12 whole laps to go now. In this second stage, everybody will have to pit 2 more times yet in this race. And as of right now, the battle is for the race lead, though the championship lead is starting to close as well as we get into the second half of this race. And the 2 Penske cars that were highlighted in the pre-race to be the favorites coming into this championship 4 hunt are showing out right now in stage 2. William Byron not that far behind though in fourth, trying to keep himself in close range. Maybe he could get a good pit stop coming up during the stage break, get himself out in front. We'll have to wait and see and how he holds on from there. Tyler Reddick still in the lead lap in 10th right now, although is well off the lead and hasn't seen anywhere near the pace of the other 3 in the championship 4 to this point. Anything can happen in a full race. Christopher Bell's done a great job since getting into lap traffic of keeping Ryan Blaney consistently 3 to 4 tenths of a second behind him. These two are running similar lap times. Blaney could get close to another car, but he's having a hard time trying to make passing attempts on that. We saw that in stage 1 when he was battling Tyler Reddick for, at the time, 6th place to the end of that stage. And this kind of reminded me of that as well here in stage 2. Well, Joey Logano was able to get by William Byron relatively easy. A lap or less to make the pass on the 24 car. So if he can get to the 12 and the 20, we'll really get to see what the difference of speed is going to look like there. We haven't seen Blaney and Logano running with each other the whole day up to this point, considering Blaney started back at 17th, Logano started 2nd, and then Logano had the slower pit stop during the stage break at stage 1. Blaney had a much better stop. Blaney's been up in 2nd pretty much the entire time. Logano was 5th and has scratched and clawed his way since the green flag pit stops to 3rd with whatever adjustments that they have made to that 22 car to this point. Blaney as close to the 20 as he has been this entire run now. Going to look to the outside for the lead through turns 3 and 4. Gasses it up on corner entry. Corner exit, he is there. Side by side for the lead now as they enter turn 1. 8 laps to go in the stage, and Ryan Blaney trying to clear on the exit of turn 2. Bell holds strong on the bottom, going to try to slide up. Blaney still there, and still side by side down the back straightaway. Blaney with the head of steam, but a little side draft on the inside on the left rear corner panel for the 20 of Bell. Circles around the bottom of the racetrack, but can't get the corner exit speed off. Ryan Blaney is clear and leads for the first time today at Phoenix. 7 laps to go in stage 2, and the defending series champion is back out in front for the first time here this afternoon. Logano still 1.3 seconds back. These two weren't battling side by side for very long, so Joey wasn't really able to close the gap a whole lot on these two as a result of that. Now we'll see if Logano can get to Bell before the end of the stage. Or will there still be that buffer car leading into the next set of pit stops? We'll have to wait and see. Blaney's still running that middle upper line of the racetrack through turns 1 and 2. That allows for Bell to briefly get underneath them in the center of the corner as Christopher continues to run the bottom through 1 and 2, but loses ground with the straightaway speed down the back. 2-car length advantage for Blaney over the 20 car entering turns 3 and 4. 5 laps to go in stage 2 now. A lot of lap traffic, though, coming up in front of the 12 car. Last car in the lead lap is Harrison Burton in the 21 in 19th place. He runs the bottom of the track, Blaney in the middle. There's another car down low on the bottom. Bell decides to run the inside, gains a little bit of ground in the back of the 12 car again through 1 and 2. That'd be Chase Briscoe in the 14 car, who is already multiple laps down, I do believe, or 1 lap down, about to go 2 laps down. If he can't stay in front of these 2 cars that are battling for the lead just behind him. Corey LaJoie also off the lead lap on the high side. Blaney slipped up a bit on corner entry through turn 1 that time, and Bell again gets back underneath him, and we're side by side for the lead. Blaney did not pull away by any means after getting by Bell for the lead a few laps ago. Bell puts the battle back for now. A ton of lap traffic in front of the leaders, both of them working through dirty air, top, bottom lanes. Still side by side, just a brief moment down the front stretch before entering turn 1 again. 2.5 laps to go in stage 2, this time by. And there's 3 lanes of lap cars up here. There's about 4 of them under a blanket in front of the leaders. Bell side by side with Blaney again down the back straightaway entering turn 3, and Joey Logano is fast approaching. Blaney clear of the 20 this time. Nope, not quite. Bell's not able to stay nose to nose with him, but he's underneath, hanging on the left rear corner panel by the exit of the turns that when they get to the straightaway, he's able to slow the 12 car down enough. And it's given him just enough of an advantage to try to stay with him. Coming up on the last lap of stage 2 this time. Still nowhere to go for the 12 of Blaney. Boxed in with side-by-side lap traffic in front of him, though Bell does not stay door-to-door with him this time off turn 4. Joey Logano all over the back of the 20 car now of Christopher Bell as they enter turn 1. Blaney through the middle line of traffic. Christopher Bell down towards the bottom. Joey Logano even lower on the bottom. Blaney splitting the middle between LaJoie and Chase Briscoe. This is a tight move for the 12 car. 3 wide middle between the lap traffic. Coming to the green-white checkered flag. Holds on, and Ryan Blaney will win stage 2 at Phoenix. Tight finish to the end of the second stage. Christopher Bell right there behind him in second. Same for Joey Logano in third. William Byron ends up fourth. Denny Hamlin 5th. Chris Buescher 6th. Kyle Larson 7th. Chase Elliott in 8th. Martin Truex Jr. 9th. And Tyler Reddick 10th. And that was the top 10 for stage number 2.
It's a Logano. Stage 2 to Blaney. It's a Team Penske sweep.
All right. So we'll have our next set of pit stops coming up. Everybody has pitted twice in this race, at least for scheduled stage 1 break. Fuel purposes, they can make it on one more stop if they weren't, say, to pit during this next caution. Stayed out, pitted at the front portion of the next run. I doubt that that's going to happen, though. May see some drivers that are lap down take the wave around, hoping they get a quick yellow to begin stage 3. But again, we haven't had a caution for incident since back on lap 2. With where we run currently. Blaney having those couple of lap cars between himself, Bell, and Logano at the end of the stage was also big because it gives him a buffer coming onto pit road with where the 20 and the 22 are going to be behind him. That's a few extra car length advantage he'll have when he gets to that commitment line at the front of pit road. So for that reason, it was actually a good maneuver to go 3 wide up the middle. It was a risk. Obviously, it doesn't pan out. You throw your championship away, but it worked out for him. He puts 2 more lap cars between himself and the 20, and that could be enough to have maybe not a hiccup on pit road, but an average stop, and he still may get out with the lead. On top of that, the 22 car in the worst pit box on pit road with the pre-race or pre-qualifying inspection failure multiple times. Did not get to choose his pit box selection. And he had a slow pit stop during each of the times he was on pit road. during the caution flag situation at the end of stage 1 and during green flag, obviously, as we saw, I almost got into the 7 of Haley, who was leaving his pit box as Logano was coming in.
Like the power to do. And by Breadstreet. Please visit us at breadstreet.com. Well, we've been treated to some spectacular weather this championship weekend. We all arrived on Wednesday and geared up for this championship finale, and every day has been just beautiful weather. Crowd has been fantastic. Everybody's pumped up because for the last little while, the last few months, Jeff, the racing and the finishes have been epic, and I think these fans, we were talking to them down at the pre-race show, they are ready to see something special for this championship fight.
That's exciting. Even that, the end of that stage, end of both stages, very competitive. Logano's got to feel good about that. I mean, he's so fast at the end of that run.
So the Penske Fords have been strong in stages 1 and 2. What have we got with Tyler Reddick and William Byron in this second stage? They're questions to be answered. Let's get to the stocks. Here's Parker.
And Lee, Paul Wolf came on the radio and asked Joe Logano, that was fun. He said, yeah, we still have a lot to go. It's not over yet right now for Joe Logano. Also, remember, he has a new Jackman there. Patrick Day has come over from the 2 car to fill in for Graham Stoddard in the 22, Dave.
Pilot Red's car is a little free. They want to keep it freer. They're going to air pressure change it a little bit for Goodyear tires, Marty.
Ryan Blaney said, I just need it to hold on a little bit longer, Dave. So Jonathan Hasser is going to over the last 6 minutes. A terrific day on pit road for the 12. We'll see if they can keep it rolling, Kim.
And Marty, William Byron saying, car is going loose, especially on exit. Bernie with tires, whatever you can do to get me tighter under green is what he asked for. The race off pit road goes to Christopher Bell.
One position grab there. So too for William Byron. Blaney lost that spot. Logano loses just 1. And Chris Buescher continues his forward charge on an amazing day for that RFK Ford. But what about the championship 4? It all comes down to this final stage. This is it. Who's going to be the champion?
All right, well, final stage is upon us. William Byron in the 24 is not our leader, as the leaderboard indicates. He led that lap, I think, on pit road, crossing the start-finish line first. But Christopher Bell actually wins the race off of pit road despite being in second. Ryan Blaney is currently in second place right now. William Byron third. Joey Logano will be fourth on the restart. Chris Buescher fifth. Kyle Larson in 6th, Chase Elliott 7th, Martin Truex Jr. 8th, Tyler Reddick 9th, Denny Hamlin 10th. Hamlin lost 5 positions on pit road. He was 5th at the end of stage 2. Logano down 1 spot, swap with Byron. Blaney down a spot, swapped with Bell. And honestly, if it wasn't for that couple car length gap between Blaney and Bell, Blaney might have lost more than just 1 spot on pit road. So Penske crew's definitely going to have to tighten up their pit stops here. Now, the 12 team did gain 2 spots on the first stop under caution earlier, and they actually had the fastest green flag pit stop of the championship 4 drivers during the middle portion of stage 2 as well. All right, so Bell in the lead. Byron third, Blaney second, Logano fourth. Tyler Reddick did get a spot on pit road. Goes from 10th and 9th. Really have not talked about him much out of the championship 4 drivers, especially all the way through stage 2. Haven't really talked about him since he was battling Blaney for 6th towards the end of stage 1. Obviously slipped back a few more positions through the second stage. Definitely a long shot to win the championship compared to the other 3 as of right now from a speed standpoint. Best they can do is just continue to try to execute the race as best as they can. You know, maybe they try something different and they go as long as they can on the next run, trying to catch a caution to get them track position that way. They're probably in that ballpark where they're going to have to try to do something. I mean, they're not going to finish any worse than 4th in the point standing, so it's worth a shot because that's where they're running right now based off of the race and the way it's going so far.
Hey, let's check in with Brad Doty, Kyle Petty, and our Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett. DJ, get your crystal ball out. What do you see for this 3rd stage, given what you've seen so far?
Yeah, just outstanding competition as we've seen, comers, goers. The pit crews are doing their job, but the pressure mounts right now. They're going to have just under 120 laps to go, guys. You got to do everything right here and put everything that you have on the line.
Everything has to be perfect. And I point to Joey Logano. Had a slow pit stop at the end of stage 1. Took him 115 laps and 55 minutes to get back in position to see the front. This is only a 120 lap stage. That's all they have left in the season for a championship.
Yeah, I think that pressure becomes almost insurmountable for a couple of these guys. Not going to say any names, but they're struggling a little bit, and they cannot sniff that front. That has them upset and anxious. They're going to have to go. Everybody has to go. 129 laps or not a lot of laps to race. Diff, I think it's going to be a pressure-packed 129 laps.
When you were playing in the NBA, how did you manage pressure? How did you manage stress? What were your tools?
I'll let that basketball fly. Every time. Every time.
I think Michael's laughing because he heard Brad say,
right there, Brad. And Anthony gave a little giggle. Sitting right beside me here. He's right beside us here. Absolutely. It's tough. And like I said, a couple of these guys haven't run as well as they'd like to. And there's a ton of pressure on them. So we may see some sparks fly these next 129 laps.
Yeah. Tyler Reddick shared with us that it's just unbelievable having a resource like Michael Jordan to give examples and to help him deal with this championship moment. He's been the 4th of the championship 4 for the majority of this race. Can he turn that around, Dave?
Lee, how about a Remus?
Bubba, thanks for telling you. Not speed early. Off three, by the time you get to the dealer in 1 and 2. There's ribbon with right side on the dealer, lane 3. 6 cut back down, down to the center.
So Bubba Wallace passing along exactly what's working well for him, that message relayed, and now Tyler's going to try to make something of it in this next stint.
and with all the conversation about multi-cars and multiple entries and everything that went down and the shenanigans last week, that is what teammates are supposed to do, right? Yes. That is the leverage and of the opportunity of having multiple people, right? Is absorbing more information, understanding more information. That's what we talk about when we talk about organic racing on the racetrack. Now, I wonder if Reddick said thanks, or if he got an eye roll, or like I would have loved to see Reddick's kind of reaction.
Well, Reddick's given us one of the most unbelievable last-moment passes and races this year at Homestead Miami Speedway. He's got to come up with something special. Here he is here. He's got to come up with something special over these next 118 laps. We know that this guy's in it to the end. He's a fighter, but he's been languishing around about 9th, 10th, 11th place. That's not going to get it done, especially with the speed and consistency of Blaney, the speed of Logano, and the ever-presence of William Byron.
All right, here we go. 118 laps left, final stage. Green flag is in the air. Christopher Bell, the leader, gets a good launch. Everybody heads for the apron through the dog leg. And coming out of it, Christopher Bell has the lead on entry into turn 1. Ryan Blaney has the championship lead in second, 4 wide, a little further back around Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher, contact. Buescher and Elliott. They were 3 wide. Reddick almost got squeezed, pulled clear. The 17 moved down into the 9, which is where the contact was initiated. Stacked up the outside lane a bit, but luckily no incident. And we do stay green. And the race is on for the championship and for the race win. Reddick came out of that in 5th place, by the way, so that's as high as he has been in the running order all day. And he's hot on the heels of William Byron for 4th, looking to the outside of his car into turns 3 and 4. Great restart by Reddick. Almost got caught up in an incident in doing so, but he got through there cleanly enough. Gains 5 positions from where he was at the end of stage 2. Bell trying to hold on to the lead with the 2 Penske Fords of Blaney and Logano right behind him. And now the Championship 4 runs 2nd through 5th on the leaderboard. Now, I guess Reddick was the one that moved down into the 17, and then the 17 got into the 9. I was thinking the 17 moved down because I saw him come down. Didn't realize he was forced down by the 45. Misjudgment there for Reddick could have caused. Since that contact, Chase Elliott only fell back to 7th. Chris Buescher back to 9th. As he ended up getting passed by Bubba Wallace, Larson got by Elliott. Blaney and Logano side by side for 2nd. And as they exit turn 4, still door to door for the championship lead. Logano looked quicker than Blaney throughout stage 2, lost the track position at the end of stage 1. And these two are running very tight with one another through the center of the corner. And still side by side. Down the back straightaway, entering turn 3. Lap 200 of 312 this time by. Logano slides up the racetrack. Just enough room for Blaney to make the corner. And despite running door-to-door for about a lap and a half now, William Byron hasn't closed the gap that much on the 2 cars in front of him. Well, still decent pace being shown out of those 2 Penske cars. Logano gets very loose on corner exit off of turn 2. Slid the rear tires a bit. Blaney still wasn't able to clear, but he's got the nose out in front all the way through 3 and 4 on the outside. And they're still side by side for the lead. Logano doing a great job on the bottom. Forcing his will upon Ryan Blaney to clear up off of turn 2. Blaney a little bit more straightaway speed down the back, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get back to the inside of the 22 car. Logano blocks the bottom. And Joey Logano leads the championship 4 race in second place now. Christopher Bell continues to lead the race, did pull away a bit with the 22 and 12 running door-to-door for about 3 full laps. Blaney hard on corner entry into turn 1, trying to get back to the 22 car, but couldn't do it. And so Joey Logano leads with about 110 laps to go this time by. And Christopher Bell in the 20 car. That last lap, a little bit slower to that of Joey Logano. Now that Logano's in the clear and up to second. William Byron trying to pressure Ryan Blaney for third at the moment. And Tyler Reddick has since lost William Byron. He was initially battling him for fourth once he got to fifth place. First lap after the restart. He's almost 2 full seconds off of where Logano is in second. And he's almost a full second behind Byron for fourth, excuse me. Top 10 following this restart. Christopher Bell in the lead. Joey Logano second. Ryan Blaney in third. Fourth for William Byron. Tyler Reddick fifth. Kyle Larson in sixth. Chase Elliott seventh. Bubba Wallace eighth. Chris Buescher ninth. And Daniel Suarez is in 10th. I think this is the first time Suarez has been in the top 10 on speed today. Good run for the 99 car. Those 2 sleeper picks of the Championship 4 drivers coming into the day had Martin Truex Jr., Ross Chastain on that list, as well as Austin Cindric, had 3 of them, all of which are outside the top 10. Truex 13th, Cindric 15th, and Chastain 18th. And don't have list had Chris Buescher, he is in 9th, and Ty Gibbs, who crashed out on lap 2, will finish last. And I think he's still the only driver out of the race. Yep, he is the only driver out. 23 cars on the lead lap. Free pass, by the way, during that stage break went to Ryan Preece in the 41. And there were a couple other cars that took the wave around. It looks like Stenhouse and Austin Dillon took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. So they're on slightly older tires, and as a result, you can see how much further back they are compared to, say, Gillen, next position ahead of them in the middle of the pack on the leaderboard 21st through 23rd. Blaney losing Logano for at least right now. And we're only guaranteed 1 more pit stop the rest of the way. These teams still have about 6 sets of tires left, but 1 more pit stop for fuel purposes. And what can be the difference for the 12, 24, and the 45 to try to keep pace and or catch the 22 of Logano? You don't want him getting too far ahead at this point. So that way there's maybe a chance that he could still strike in the later going to the race. You don't want to have to burn your tires up, say, on the last run trying to play catch-up with him, and then when you catch him, you're going to have a harder time trying to pass him. His passing has definitely been limited through this race today. Ryan Blaney, actually, that last lap, a 28.393 to Logano's 28.477. There is speed there, but what can the 12 of Blaney do consistently to try to eat into that on Logano? And I think the best thing for Blaney, Byron, and Reddick is the fact that Logano isn't leading the race. He's still got another fast car in front of him with Christopher Bell. So if Logano does catch Bell during this run and battles him a little bit for the lead, maybe he burns his tires off a little earlier into the run. Reddick continues to fall back a little bit. He's got two Hendrick Motorsport Chevys closing in fast behind him of Larson and Elliott. Larson taking the outside line through turns 1 and 2. Reddick still riding around the bottom. Without the traction compound or the PJ1 in the outer lanes of this racetrack, we aren't seeing as much dominance on the outside, in particular from what we've seen in recent years here at Phoenix. Now, with that also being said, I don't know that that's necessarily limited the passing, because instead of everybody basically training around the top, it does seem like the bottom lane, when ran effectively, is the best lane on the racetrack, especially down in 1 and 2. 3 and 4, we've seen drivers at times work the outside better, and that's actually created maybe more of a passing line in 3 and 4 if you can get to the right rear corner panel versus the left rear corner panel of another driver. The outside car tends to have that advantage, especially if it is the faster car making that move to the top. Kyle Larson sneaks to the inside of Reddick through 1 and 2. Couldn't stay door to door with him down the back straightaway. This battle's for 5th. Ryan Blaney now all of a sudden only about a half a second off of Joey Logano. 2/10 quicker than him 2 laps ago. Another 10th quicker that last lap. Logano 0.8 off of Bell. Blaney 0.6 off of Logano. Top 5 all good with gas. Not from here to the finish. Now they have to pit one more time. Over 20 laps short from green flag purpose. So yeah, they are all going to have to pit again. And if it stays green long enough, I would expect there to be pit stops midway through the stage like we had in stage 2, which was only 2 laps shorter in length than that of stage number 3. Right around 60, 65 laps to go, we'll probably start to see the leaders come in. Right now we're at 98 laps to go with where we're at. Lap 215 of 312. Logano picked it up a little bit that last lap to that of Blaney. It was just a little bit quicker than him, though Christopher Bell now that last time was the quickest car on the racetrack. Back into the 28.8s. Oh, wow. Big moment. Is that Ricky Stenhouse Jr.? Turns 1 and 2. Broke very loose off the exit of the corner. Ended up clipping the outside wall. We didn't get a caution for it. Stenhouse is still scored as the last car in the lead lap in 23rd, as he has not come to pit road after making that contact with the wall either. Reddick holding on for dear life for the 5th place position over Larson. Larson to the outside through 3 and 4. Gets enough of a run to try to make the move now to the bottom on the front stretch. Cuts all the way to the apron through the dog leg. He's inside of Reddick entering turns 1 and 2. And as Larson rolls the bottom of the racetrack, nose to nose with the 45 on corner exit off of turn 2, he'll side draft him just a bit down the back straightaway and still stay underneath him into 3. Austin Dillon, after taking the wave around, by the way, is on pit road. He has reached the end of his fuel run. He has now gone a lap down. And now Ryan Preece has a problem on the back straightaway, and he's slow. And he may have gotten against the wall and may have something of a toe link issue with the right rear as he is sliding around, trying to nurse his car to pit road. Again, though, we stay green. Preece is just getting out of the dog leg right now, entering 1 and 2. He'll get to the bottom of the track. He'll get to pit road. And the battle for 5th can continue on between Larson and Reddick. Larson on the inside, Reddick on the high side. Larson going to slide up, trying to take the line away from Reddick, forcing him to have to lift in an uncompromised position, and Larson is clear for 5th place. 94 laps to go, 93 now at the line. And we'll go through the full field running order as they go to another commercial break on NBC. Christopher Bell leads. Joey Logano again in second, 1 second back, 1.4 seconds off the lead for Ryan Blaney in third. William Byron 3.2 seconds back in fourth. Kyle Larson now fifth. Tyler Reddick 6th. Chase Elliott 7th. Bubba Wallace 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. And Daniel Suarez is in 10th. Martin Truex Jr. in 11th, Alex Bowman 12th, Carson Hocevar 13th, 14th for Noah Gragson, Austin Cindric 15th, Denny Hamlin 16th, Brad Keselowski 17th, Ross Chastain 18th, Harrison Burton 19th, and Todd Gilliland last car in the lead lap in 20th, Josh Berry 21st, Kyle Busch 22nd, John Hunter Nemechek 23rd, Zane Smith 24th, Daniel Hemrick 25th, Jimmy Johnson 26th, Eric Jones 27th, Derek Kraus 28th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th, Austin Dillon 30th, 31st for Michael McDowell, Corey LaJoie 32nd, Justin Haley 33rd, Kaz Grala 34th, Chase Briscoe 35th, Ryan Preece 36th, JJ Haley 37th, Chad Vincham 38th, 39th for Jeb Burton and Ty Gibbs out of the race. 131 laps led for race leader Christopher Bell. He's led 3 different times. 54 laps led for Logano. He hasn't led since winning stage 1. All those laps were led in the first stage. 12 of Ryan Blaney led for 11 laps after winning stage 2. William Byron's led 2 laps during pit stops. Kyle Larson 7 laps during green flag stops. 7 for Chase Elliott. 1 for Alex Bowman, 1 for Todd Gilliland, and the pole sitter Martin Truex Jr. led the first 9 laps of the race today. So again, that will give us 9 different drivers to lead at least 1 lap in the race. And we have seen 11 lead changes amongst those 9 different leaders. 104.62 mile per hour average race speed, a little over 2 hours from the start of the race to where we're at right now. Had a red flag period during stage 1 for the pace car hitting the barrels at the front of pit road. 5 minutes, 47 seconds total time on that. The only other cautions outside of the lap 2 incident from Ty Gibbs hitting the wall hard on the front stretch, ending his day early after getting to the wall initially off turn 4, is the 2 stage cautions at lap 60 and lap 185. So those are the 3 cautions entirely in the race so far today. Caution free all the way through stage 2. And so far in the early going of stage 3. We'll take a quick break, continue our live commentary coverage. Sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. You're listening live on KRC to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Time for stage 2 diecast showing, even though it's not stage 2 anymore. Didn't get a chance to show the diecast off to you for this weekend. Well, during championship weekend, during our live commentary streams, I've shown off diecasts of championship drivers from the NASCAR Cup Series level. And today I've got a Jimmy Johnson throwback Darlington scheme from 2020, his final season in the NASCAR Cup Series. I figured, championship race weekend, I got to show off maybe one of the greatest championship, schemes of all time. You got 3 7-time champs. You got Jimmy Johnson driving the car in the number 48. You've got the Dale Sr. Black number 3 Goodwrench scheme on the side of the car. Obviously, as you see, and you got the Richard Petty across the hood, the roof of the car, the back deck lid with the STP colors, the classic. It is an Ally Paint scheme, but great job by them doing this for Johnson's final throwback scheme in 2020 in the Southern 500 that year. I was actually at that race. It was definitely my favorite paint scheme of that weekend and wanted to get the diecast, so had to get a Johnson diecast that final season, considering he was definitely the best driver of my generation growing up. I got to see, obviously, Jeff Gordon race, but I didn't get to see most of his dominance in the 90s like a lot of some older fans had seen. Got a battle for the championship lead going on yet again. During the commercial break, Blaney continues to chip away at Joey Logano, kind of similar to stage 2. Blaney good off the restart. Logano got better after the green flag stop. And now the 12 of Ryan Blaney has caught the 22 of Logano. After Joey Logano worked and passed Blaney, they were side by side for 3 laps on the restart. And there was a few laps after the restart before they got side by side. So good short run burst for the 22 to get the track position. But yeah, that 12 car is definitely there. Lost a little time that last lap trying to lurk and make a pass on Logano, but he got to within about 2 to 3 car lengths of him. And definitely seems to be better in turns 1 and 2 as he gains some of that ground back on this lap. 82 to go this time by. Christopher Bell still in the race lead, 1.1 seconds ahead of this.
Fastest lap that last time by. Blaney's still quicker. Blaney trying to work the outside, going to the outside. Logano on the bottom trying to block him. There you go, Blaney. It's going to get beaten in the middle of the corner, but this corner exit, running that top lane, he was hoping it would make it a little bit. It does. You can see him start to gain. Again, to the top of the racetrack. If he could ever get by right next to the 22 car, he would be in the preferred spot.
Here's Parker Kligerman. What you got? Get back to Parker in just a moment. By the way, William Byron is not a million miles behind this either. Byron's only 1.5 seconds behind the 12, sitting in 4th place. Look at this traffic coming into play. One goes high, one goes low. Blaney's going to need to alter his line.
So what Blaney has done is he's starting to increase his entry speed on corner entry, right? So it's not about always making lap time. He's trying to get to the left, to the right rear quarter panel of that 22, because if he can, watch this, trying to drive in the corner deep. If he can get next to him, then Logano can't open the exit up. He's got to pinch his car off, and that would put Blaney in the preferred position. So Blaney, inch by inch, is trying to get to that track position, down to the bottom. Oh, Logano loose.
Whoa. Did he say I was stuck in dirty air? And then now he draws alongside his teammate, Blaney, pressing as hard as he can and clears his teammate.
Great work. Just kept showing Joey Logano, I want the outside, want the outside. Logano was setting up for that, and then Blaney went to the bottom.
So now you question, what does Paul Wolf do? A master of strategy on top of the pit box. The 12 has now run you down 41 laps in and passed you on the racetrack after you passed the 12. So how long do you run? Because now the advantage as far as coming to pit road moves to the 22. He could perhaps peel off from behind Blaney, and Blaney doesn't have a chance to counter.
Move to be the first of the championship tour. You see the crews getting ready here. Blaney knew time was running out, and he said, I need to make a move now, and the 22 makes the move. They come to pit road here, Parker.
This is early.
Parker's having some technical difficulties. So let's look at this pit stop for the 22. Paul Wolf on the bottom right, lean forward. We'll look to his right and call him in. 3, 2, 1 on the mark. Clean so far on the right side. Remember, replacement Jackman, medical issue for the first Jackman on the 22. He woke up today thinking he was Cedric. Instead, he pissed Logano perfectly clean from Logano in and out. We'll see how quickly Blaney counters. Who's on pit road now? That was slick. That was slick for the 22 team. And now the sister team answers. Here come the champs.
Gelly move, counter move. Jonathan Hassler, who learned under Paul Wolf, immediately answers that call. Blaney did say the car is definitely better, and I can run the bottom if I need to. I can also run the top of the racetrack if I need to, and they have that long speed black for Ryan Blaney, hitting it with 75 to go.
This is where it's all going to happen. Blaney off pit road, the 22 of Logano on the racetrack. Blaney has a ways to go because of where he's pitting. Just now getting to pit road speed. You see track left, that bright yellow shell forward, the 22 of Logano. It's going to be close. He should be able to take the momentum by. I would imagine Blaney can't get downshifted in time.
Oh, nope, he does.
Rejoin right as they had started on this pit exit. But does Blaney fire? He's right behind Bell.
Blaney has one lap less lap on his tire, so he should fire off really good right here. He should have an advantage.
Pardon me. William Byron has stayed out. Let's wait for the Hendrick Motorsports 24 to pit. And his strategy might be run long here. His strategy might be, we hope a caution comes to us. We don't believe we have a chance to beat them heads up. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, the 24 stays on the racetrack. I like way too early. 73 to go. They just pitted with 45 laps on their tires. What Rudy Fugel's saying, we are not going to be pulled into this strategy. We're going to run 15 or 20 more. We're going to pit, and we're going to use 2 sets of Goodyear tires, the exact same amount of laps. Make this road trip exactly equal.
William Byron knows he's on a different strategy. He saw that happen Those simple words, it's too early, that gives William Byron confidence that Rudy Fugle has made the right call. Rudy has a plan and he's sticking to it.
Let's talk about Tyler Reddick. Here's the 45. Dave, tell us more.
Lee, he was on and off of pit road at the same basic strategy as the two Penske cars. I asked Billy Scott if running long, like the 24 is doing, like they did at Homestead before they got the lucky caution, if that would work here. He said, I don't think so. You won't see us running long. The tire fall off is too great. That's not a strategy I will employ. Reddick stuck with the Penske strategy.
So the Exalta Chevy stays out for Hendrick Motorsports. Rudy Fugle has a bag full of championships that he was involved in at Kyle Busch Motorsports in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. There he is. Has he just made a championship winning call? We will find out. Byron leads.
Well, here we go. We are headed down to the wire here. Battle for what could be the lead when everything cycles through going on between Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney. They're slowly getting away from Joey Logano. Logano in the picture still, but the gap is widening with the 20 and the 12 car this early in the run. Blaney looking to the inside of the 20, trying to take the position away from him. It's actually a battle for fourth right now. There's 300 cars that are still on the track, the 24, 5, and the 9. The 2012 and the 22 have just unlapped themselves on Byron, who is the current leader. Bell and Blaney working through lap traffic. So our current leaderboard will look like this as of right now, as of the top 10. William Byron leading, Kyle Larson second, Chase Elliott third, again, all of which still have to pit. Christopher Bell is fourth. Battles Blaney for fifth. Sixth is Joey Logano. Tyler Reddick is seventh. Bubba Wallace eighth. Chris Buescher ninth. And Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10. Only 6 cars on the lead lap at the moment, with Byron out on the track and again still has to pit. Good news is if we did get a quick caution for the 20, 12, and the 22, they're at least back on the lead lap. Reddick is not, but he's in the free pass position. First car 1 lap down. I think Byron has a better strategy. I honestly, if it goes green to the end, it depends on when he pits, because he is giving up a lot of time right now. I think he's going to have to go considerably further for this to work, because he's obviously going to be giving up time. But you also want to have enough time on the fresh tires to overcome that, because he hasn't had the car that the 12 and the 22 have had all day. For that reason, he's going to need, I think, a more substantial tire advantage for this to be able to work out. It'd be different if his car was more on the offensive side of things all day anyway, but it just hasn't been to this point. Blaney catching the lap car. Jimmy Johnson in a bad spot right up off the exit of turn 2. Had to run a more tighter line. Lost a bit of ground to Bell. Byron is in the pits right now.
Went to the break saying, is this the championship winning call? We will see. Here comes William Byron for Hendrick Motorsports, the final one of the championship 4 to pit. Kimmy Coon, he's coming your way.
Yeah, and Lee, this crew is the only one championship 4 that pitted yesterday in the Xfinity race. And while the cars are different, the crew told me they felt like working yesterday was an advantage to them to get their mindset on being race ready. William said he needed just way more grip on an exit. The group going to work right now under green, taking those fresh from your time slide air pressure adjustment for William Byron. Looks like it's lead stop, and he is down the way under green.
The unfortunate part for this strategy, or at least the concern for the strategy, of these extra laps, these 12 extra laps that William Byron has run on the racetrack after Blaney and Logano have pitted, are going to put the 24 way back on the physical racetrack itself, almost a half a lap behind. But the new tires for Logano and Blaney work so well. But remember, now William Byron has new tires, and he's going to have fresher tires this entire run. So he was 2.7 back before these guys pitted. Oh,
Zane Smith.
A lap too early, or maybe perfect, because now he has fresh tires. The 71 in the wall. Well, that looks like a right rear flat.
Zane Smith for Spire Motorsports.
That's hard. Hard
big hit
impact.
for the 71. William Byron. This will work out very well for the driver. The 24 has fresh tires, but how about this hit for Zane Smith?
What a shame. There's been some really good high points for that young driver this year. He's unsure of his future after today. How's this going to shake out for this man? The only Chevrolet-powered car in, the only Hendrick car in.
Well, I mentioned how far behind Blaney and Logano and Reddick Byron was going to be, and he was in physical racetrack distance. But now with this caution, he's going to pull right up to their rear bumper.
Good to see Zane out of the car. Here's how it transpired.
Oh, early, like he has a problem or a flat tire.
I think, there's some sort of problem, right? I mean, the thing went around so early and so fast.
Oh, man, that's a big hit.
This is only the second caution today under race conditions. The stage breaks for the other two. And both cautions, fellas, that we've seen have been huge hits.
Yeah.
Ty Gibbs and Zane Smith.
Absolutely.
He did it about 15 laps before this happened.
See Zane climbing out, going to the safety truck.
All right, this guy here said last year, William Byron said, when I made the championship 4 for the first time, I was nervous. I got affected by the outside noise. So did Rudy, my crew chief, the two of us. And we made a pact this year, Jeff. We made a pact we weren't going to listen to the noise. We weren't going to be distracted. And I'm certainly not nervous going into this year's championship 4.
Well, I think that experience, that's what matters, right? You've come out, you run through those times, Steve, where you have experiences, you have things that you have to go through. And when you go through them, even if it doesn't work out, you learn from it.
So the question now, Larson, Elliott, absolutely coming to pit road. They stayed out. They got the caution. This is perfect for them. Bell, Blaney, Logano, Reddick. You see their tire count right here. Since last pit, 16, 15, 14, Byron with 3. I believe, and this is awful, but I believe if you're Blaney, Logano, and Reddick, you cannot give Byron a 12-lap tire advantage with what could be the final run of the race. You must pit right here. There are only 7 cars on the lead lap. You will flip to 24 to the track position, but I just don't believe you can give a championship 4 competitor this much of a tire advantage. This is how many lap down cars were between them. So let's see what the rest of the championship 4 decide. The decision first will be on, there you go, Bell, Blaney, Logano, Reddick will all pit. This will hand the race lead to William Byron.
Parker, you back online? Have we got you?
I'm back here, and as you saw there, Joe Logano decided to come down pit road. Paul Wolf asked him about that last adjustment. He didn't like it. He said, give me what I had a couple runs ago when he was the fastest car on the racetrack. So that's what they plan to do for the 22 4 tires. No fuel, Dave.
Tyler Reddick has a new problem. It's the opposite. His car is tighter now. They'll try to free him up with air pressure here, Marty.
Ryan Blaney said it took off better that run, Dave, but it was, quote, a little squirmy in the rear. He said, I need you more turn. Kim, how about that decision by Rudy Fugle to keep William Byron on the track?
Yeah, Rudy predicted and told his driver, I think the 20, the 12, 22, and 45 will come down. We are going to stay out. You are good on these tires. William said, okay, let's go.
It's going to be very fascinating, though, because now you're going to have Byron leading. First 2 off pit road of Larson and Elliott, and then the rest of the championship 4.
Here we go. A late race caution, a little twist in the script on championship day.
Not the caution that Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney needed at this point, giving Byron the lead, and a couple of Byron's teammates, Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson, going to be right behind him on the restart to help aid this 24 to try to get the lone Hendrick car in the championship for a championship. And as far as the battle for Tyler Reddick goes, this caution does get it back into it as well, in the sense that it bunches the field back up, and he was the last car in the lead lap in front of Byron. Obviously, Byron technically was the last car in the lead lap. Everybody outside the top 7 was a lap down. Bubba Wallace gets the free pass in 8th, and we're going to have a boatload of wave-around cars with this yellow flag. So it looks like cars staying out to get the wave around would be Chris Buescher, Daniel Suarez, Martin Truex Jr., Carson Hocevar, Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, Noah Gragson, Alex Bowman, Austin Cindric, Ross Chastain, John Hunter Nemechek, Harrison Burton, Jimmy Johnson, Todd Gilliland appeared to have taken the wave around to get a lap back. We'll take a quick break. You're listening live on KRC to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship at Phoenix. So fake Diff even said a flip in the script. Figuratively, not legitimately, of course. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that the 5 and the 9 didn't pit with the 24. I don't know that they would have had enough time to stay in the lead lap, but those couple of cars being buffers between the Penske's and Bell, because Bell ended up beating the 12 and the 22 off pit road. So you'll have Byron first, then Blaney fifth, Logano sixth, Reddick in seventh.
184th consecutive start. How about that? That's not the career total. That's just consecutive starts. This man who's been in the Cup Series for 2 decades. He's a champion. He started today on the pole. We say thanks for a great time, Martin. The Toyota driver update. What a career you have carved out. All right, let's get back to the Championship 4 and the stories that we've got to tell and follow. And we just keep going back to that Rudy Fugle call. Is it going to be the winning one for William Byron? His 3 opponents have all come in on this most recent opportunity.
So you see the current lineup: Byron, who only has 1 lap on his tires; Larson and Chase Elliott just came off from pit road because they also had pitted. So here's the choose. 24 choose the bottom, 5 and 9 choose the top. Allows Bell to line up inside row 2. Then it'll be Penske cars filling up row 3.
How crazy is that? On that low line, you've got the guy in front and behind who stood on pit road last Sunday night in Martinsville, Virginia, waiting in a tiebreaker situation until race control said, Christopher Bell, I am sorry. You ran the wall. You did that rim shot, the wall runner. That's an illegal move to advance any position, gain an advantage, and you're out. You're not going to the Championship 4. And the guy he conceded it to is right in front of him on the racetrack. The kid.
The race, right? So if you're William Byron, you have everything that you need right in front of you. Clean racetrack. Behind you, Larson, Elliott, Bell. In between you and the other guys, you're racing for a championship. So how you launch out of the restart zone, how you get through turn 1, turn 2, that could be the difference in making a championship. You haven't had the pace. You haven't been far off, but you haven't had the pace of those other 2 Penske cars. You've got to get away from them, and the opportunity is right in front of you.
Oh, and have we been remiss to say this is this year's Daytona 500 winner? Could he bookend the year? Winning the first, winning the last, and winning his first Cup title. That'd be a story. Dave Burns, what you got?
Lee, I was thinking about Jeff's comments on aggression. That's his helped Tyler Reddick more often than not. Remember the last restart, he was in position 10, worked his way quickly up to the top 5, got a little bit of damage on the car, but it was that restart that helped him. This time he starts much further up in 7th position. Blaney Logano right with him. We'll see how this goes this time for the 45. Can this be the way they find their way to the front today?
At the Charlotte Roval, Joey Logano was out. And a week later, after the disqualification of Alex Bowman, a week later he won. Then you've got Tyler Reddick. He was on the edge. He had to race hard. He got in, and he was fighting to survive. He ended up on his roof in Las Vegas. A week later, he won. Blaney had that devastating loss at Homestead. A week later, he won. And now William Byron has the opportunity. This was Reddick on the last restart. And, Jeff, he wasn't hanging about for anybody.
No, he's not. And he's willing to do these types of things. And I think he has to be willing to do it as well this time. And that puts Ryan Blaney directly in front of him.
All right, here we go. William Byron inside row 1 on the restart is the controlled car. Kyle Larson outside row 1. You got Bell inside row 2. And then the Penske Fords are back in row 3. Green flag in the air. Everybody's going to shoot for the apron through the dog leg. A little bit of contact between Blaney and Reddick as Reddick gets to the outside of the 12 car. Reddick's going for it. Ran a little bit out of real estate with the 9 of Chase Elliott. 22 escapes by both Hendrick cars of Larson and Elliott to get to 3rd. And Bell all over the 24 car of Byron for the lead through 3 and 4 side by side as they go up the racetrack. Logano takes them 3 wide for the lead now. And Joey Logano's out in front as they enter turns 1 and 2. Blaney boxed in as the 5 of Larson is going to slide job to get back around the 12. And now it's 3 wide with the 5, 20, and the 24. Blaney holds Elliott clear for at least another corner as he did not fire off well second lap after the restart. Trying to get back to the outside of the 5 car of Kyle Larson. Not going to be able to do it. He'll cross over to the inside instead for 4th place. Cuts the dog leg. Enters turns 1 and 2 on the inside of the 5 still. Christopher Bell just looks all sorts of loose since the restart. That back of that car's been wiggling so much. Blaney now 3 wide to the inside of the 20 and the 5. 5 splits to the outside. 20 is in the middle. Very tight. The 12 slides up. The 20 has to lift. And now door-to-door still is the 5 and the 12. I don't know how they split the 23 wide like that. Bell's going backwards all of a sudden. Tyler Reddick's underneath him now for 5th. Kyle Larson going to hold clear for 3rd on Ryan Blaney. And the race for the championship as of now is between Logano and Byron. Blaney's been close to getting by that 5 car on a couple of occasions now and finds himself in line just behind him. 1/8 of a second gap between the 22 and the 24 at the very front of the field. Blaney looked to have the best long-run car in the early going of Stage 3 before the first set of pit stops. But he needs to get by this 5 car as quickly as he possibly can so then he can start to charge on the 24 and the 22 at the front of the field. 49 laps to go at the line now for Joey Logano, who's trying to become a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. Put him up in another hierarchy in the NASCAR Cup Series ranks as far as all-time champions in the sport. Already, no doubt, a future Hall of Famer. And Team Penske as a whole trying to go for their 3rd championship in a row. Is it even year Joey Logano's turn yet again?
What are you hearing on the 22, Parker?
Well, once he got to the lead, the team came on the radio and said, "You've got clean air and the tire advantage over the 24. Let's drive away." And that's exactly what he's done. He put that gap over a second now to the 24 of William Byron, trying to control this race from the front.
There's something about this 22, the playoffs. You look at career win total and then percentage in the playoffs. He has a higher percentage than really any other driver. A 2-time champ. It doesn't make sense on paper at times, but they find a way. You have to ask yourself, with 47 to go, have they found a way again on this restart?
Lee Petty, David Pearson, Cale Yarborough, Darrell Waltrip, Tony Stewart. Does that list have an addition today of Joey Logano as 3-time Cup Series champs? Marty.
As you can imagine, Joey Logano's teammate Ryan Blaney was not very happy with how that restart played out as he tries to get by Kyle Larson. Listen to the radio just moments ago.
Gonna be a blockade. Drink up there, try and get there.
So, Jeff, I want to go back to what we talked about at the beginning of the show. Ryan Blaney told us earlier this week, I need to remind myself to have patience. Steve said a moment ago, there's still time for Ryan Blaney. Where do you need to go as a driver, Jeff, to say, hey, there's time, we can still make it happen and calm down behind the wheel?
Last week at Martinsville, it looked like Blaney was out of it. And then Steve and I looked up, and all of a sudden, here he comes. He was best on the long run, and he was able to get back and get in position to win the race. But time's ticking, 44 to go. And way out in the distance, he can see his teammate. His teammate is out there 2.5 seconds, and between he and his teammate is William Byron. So he's got to get by not one playoff contender, but 2 to win this championship.
And he's working hard every straightaway, adjusting the brake bias. Different brake bias front to rear for turns 1 versus turn 3. And look at this mess, 3 wide back here. Truex in the middle.
Harrison Burton in that 21 down low. His final drive for the Wood brothers. Josh Berry up the top in that Texas A&M car. It's his final drive, of course, with Stuart Haas going away.
It's a battle for 16th.
And a battle is right. Yeah, they're scrapping it out. Well, they're going all over the place. Carson Hocevar ahead of them in the 77.
Noah Gregson's had a good run. He's up in the 10th position at the moment behind Chris Buescher. Chase Elliott and Bubba Wallace has worked his way up to 7th. Some really good runs today from guys who started a little further back. Brad Keselowski's worked his way into the top 15. I mentioned Blaney very busy behind the wheel. We already know that they shift. Normally it's every straightaway, but Blaney just shifted on the one side. So watch his right hand. We're going to exit the corner right here. He's going to take his hand off the wheel, grab 5th gear. Oh, no, brake adjustment first. Then the shift. Up into 5th. Down into 4th. Watch him. When he leaves the corner, he's going to reach up with his hand again. You can't see it, but on the dash is the brake adjuster. He's adjusting the brakes every straightaway. Right there. Another adjustment. He wants a different brake bias from one end of the track to the other.
He wants that because one end of the track is different than the other. You need your car to do something different in 1 and 2 because of the shape of the corner and the degree of the banking in the corner. So to optimize his opportunity to have the best handling car, he's making those fine adjustments.
But with every lap that goes by, his teammate, and a little moment there for Blaney, his teammate continues to extend his lead, not only over William Byron, but Ryan Blaney as well. It's out to almost 3 seconds between the teammates.
39 laps to go and a 1.6-second lead for Joey Logano. Second place currently sits William Byron. Third for Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney 4th. Christopher Bell in 5th. Tyler Reddick 6th. Bubba Wallace 7th. Chase Elliott 8th. Chris Buescher 9th. And Noah Gragson in 10th. Daniel Suarez 11th. Alex Bowman 12th. Denny Hamlin in 13th. 14th for Austin Cindric and Brad Keselowski 15th. 16th Carson Hocevar. 17th, Harrison Burton, Martin Truex Jr. in 18th, Ross Chastain 19th, and Todd Gilliland in 20th. John Hunter Nemechek in 21st, Jimmy Johnson in 22nd, Kyle Busch 23rd, Eric Jones 24th, and Daniel Hemrick 25th. Josh Berry 26th, Austin Dillon 27th, Derek Kraus 28th, Chase Briscoe 29th, and Justin Haley in 30th. 31st, Michael McDowell, Corey LaJoie 32nd, 33rd for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Kaz Gralla 34th, 35th, J.J. Yaley, Chad Fincham 36th, Ryan Preece 37th, Jeb Burton 38th, Zane Smith 39th, and Ty Gibbs rounds out our 40-car field. Again, he is still the only driver, I think, out of the, one of 2 drivers out of the race. Zane Smith, of course, following his crash, which caused the last caution, and the only yellow of stage 3 is also out in that 39th place position. 4 cautions today, 2 for incident, 2 non for incident. And we are headed down the home stretch here. 35 laps to go this time by as Joey Logano tries to become a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. You're listening live on KRC to the NASCAR Cup Series finale at Phoenix. Ryan Blaney finally getting by Kyle Larson for 3rd. Huge slide job maneuver through turns 1 and 2. Needed to desperately make that pass because they are over 3 seconds now behind Logano. And it is definitely crunch time as Ryan Blaney holds clear through 3 and 4 in the outer lane. Continues to try to make ground up now on William Byron, who's about 1.7 seconds ahead of him, and another 1.6 to 1.7 ahead would be Logano. No lap traffic for the leader yet. Stays green to the finish. There will be lap traffic before we get to the checkered flag, as this will be a long enough green flag run for that to be the case. But how many laps are there to possibly aid this 12th car? That last lap, Joey Logano was the quickest on track. Still, 32 laps to go this time by when Logano gets to the start-finish line. Right now he's entering turn 3. Extends his lead over that of Byron. And now Ryan Blaney, that last lap, was the quickest on track. 28.655 for him. Some lappers at the back of the field now for Logano. Byron's losing the 22, but the 12 is doing everything he can to keep pace with the 22. How quickly, when he catches Byron, because he's definitely going to get to the 24, how quickly is he going to be able to pass him? Because the longer it takes, obviously the better for Joey. Byron's not going to give that spot up easy, because if we get another caution, he's restarting on the front row. assuming obviously he has a quick enough pit stop, which his pit stop, obviously under green flag conditions, I think was the quickest of the championship 4 that did pit under green. Not to mention, I think he actually won a race off pit road earlier in the day as well, if I remember correctly. No, it was Bell who did, but he did get a spot on Blaney at one point when they were nose and tail positioning order leading into, I believe it was the stage 2 brake caution. 30 laps left this time by now. Blaney's down to 2.9 seconds off the lead, a 28.57 for that last lap. One of the quickest of the runs for the 12.
He has the advantage of maximizing his speed with clean air. That lap, he was 2/10 quicker than Logano.
Here he comes. It's sub 3 now. So he's got the time, Steve, even though it's a 10th or 2. Here or there, he's got the time with 30 to go.
Well, remember what we saw at Las Vegas. Joey Logano out leading, Bell running him down by chunks with fresher tires. This isn't a tire situation, but a speed situation is clear. Blaney has the faster car. In clean air, he's 2 to 3/10 of a second faster than Logano. I don't think this is going to come down to clean air. This is going to come down to how well Logano, Byron, and Blaney can orchestrate their way through traffic.
What you got on Blaney, Marty?
Lee, in stage 1, Ryan Blaney's strength was the long run. In stage 2, their strength was the short run. But to start stage 3, Jonathan Hassler's adjustment was to be better on the long run. Does that pay off, and do they have the time? That's the question, Kim.
Well, for William Byron, they came into this race no finished worse in 6 in the last 6 races, no winless in the last 27. I asked Rudy Fugle, what does that say about the team? He said, we're one small adjustment away from winning the race. Well, they've been searching all day for what that adjustment is here in Phoenix. They've missed it on the first half of the race. We'll see if the last adjustment they made is good on the long run. They told him, let's see where it goes on the long run. As you guys work traffic, that should tell us more. We are still very much in it, Parker.
Jim, what amazes me about Joe Logano is the sheer amount of information he asks from his race team that they deliver to him. Even when he's in the lead, he gets talked to throughout the lap. He's been vocal about wanting constant information, so much so, take a listen to his radio when Blaney got into P3.
You're in a free with a 55 behind. 3.3 for.
We've heard a lot of drivers tell their team to be quiet, but he is not that type of driver. He asks for all the information, including a driver that's going for third, couple positions behind him, and exactly what kind of lap time he's got. That's what he wants inside a race car, which makes him amazing, his ability to drive and comprehend all that information.
Well, before he has company from William Byron, I think Byron's going to have company in the form of Ryan Blaney. Blaney has been taking chunks of time out of the deficit from himself to Byron, from himself to his teammate Logano.
And Blaney cannot mess around. He is faster than Byron, he's faster than Logano, but he cannot get hung up behind Byron. He's going to have to do what he did at Martinsville. Remember, he got out of character a little bit. He moved some people out of the way. It was time to go. What is he going to do when he gets to William?
And this is a split right here, the next 5 laps, because Logano is in clean air. Blaney's behind the 24. I think if Logano wants to have a shot to hold the 12 off, he has to stretch this gap right here while they're in different situations.
The way this is going, folks, we could likely see a teammate on teammate fight in the closing laps of this race and this season for the title. Inside of William Byron goes Blaney. Pulls up behind. A little draft. Is he going to have another inside shot here? Lines up the Exalta Chevrolet. And Ryan Blaney puts that Ford down on the low line.
This is when he's got to get real aggressive down here in turn 1. He cannot let William hold him up. You can see him banging doors.
The defending Cup Series champion.
No, he's loose.
Fighting like he did at Martinsville last week to go back-to-back.
Now he knows he's in for a fight. Now the aggression's going to have to get even higher.
Byron showed that he wasn't going to get pushed around. He may not have a choice. The champ runs him a little high. Blaney has his nose in second for now. 2.2 seconds behind his teammate and race leader Joey Logano. Byron's coming back now. Not satisfied with sitting in third.
Clean pass.
Simple math, 21 laps to go, 2.2 seconds back to Blaney. There you have it. You can be a 10th slower lap. That's all you can be. Last lap by, the same lap time. But remember, Blaney coming off the battle. We will find out in the next couple laps what the lap time split is between Logano
Almost
and
got against the
Blaney.
wall off
21
too.
laps, 21 miles left on the season. This lap is going to be a huge advantage for Blaney. You can see it, just a natural grip of the race car. Yes, a tenth's better for Blaney.
All right, so this is a game of tenths of a second. Think about that. Over a 29-second lap, 1/10 of a second. So what does Joey Logano do to? What does he do to maximize his speed? It's all about how much speed you carry on entry. Are you going to try to drive too hard and get your car out of line? You see Blaney right on the bottom of the racetrack, hitting his marks, we call it, putting your car exactly where you need to be with the right speed, getting it to rotate, going to the throttle at the right time. If you ask too much of your car, you actually go slower.
1.9 seconds. The gap keeps coming down.
That will be enough if Blaney can keep that speed up for him to get there.
I'm sorry, it's going to go down to traffic, right? The 22 is now behind the 7 and the 14. That's what's slowing the 22 down. Can the 22 bypass those two and then force the 12 to work their way through traffic? This is just extraordinary that at the end of the 36 points paying race, racing all over the country on road courses, street courses, short tracks, intermediates, and super speedways, this season is going to come down to a couple of seconds between teammates.
Logano has asked more of his car, and it's not there. He just ran slower.
Jeff, 1.2 seconds now. Blaney is in view, in clear view. Great set of corners for the 22. Classy move by the 7. He pulls over, lets the 22 by. 14 of Briscoe, also classy move. Their seasons are over. They get out of the way for the race leader, the 22. You would like to see the same thing for Blaney. Let the speed of the 22 and the 12 dictate who should be the champion. It's been 14 years since somebody went back-to-back Cup championships. That was Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy's in this race. There's a special piece of history on the line here for Ryan Blaney, and so too for Joey Logano to become a 3-time champion. The stakes couldn't be higher. Classy move. The 7-14 out of Blaney's way as well. 1 even second. 15 laps to go here in Phoenix. When we sat down with these guys earlier this week, Jeff, I can't remember if it was you or Steve, asked the question, all right, it's the end of the race. It's the two of you. What happens? And Joey Logano said, it better be a Team Penske championship victory, which was answering the question without answering the question.
Well, that makes it even more difficult for Blaney as he gets there. If it's not a teammate, he worries so much about what happens, right?
Yeah.
But Roger Penske has an expectation that they race clean, that they give each other respect, race hard. He expects Ryan Blaney to go get Joey Logano, do everything he can, but he wants him to do it the right way, Steve.
Well, and he has enough speed to do it the right way. He has now closed this lead down to 1 second. Upper left, the captain, Roger Penske. Kathy there, his wife, Bud Denker, president of the Penske Corporation. Greg Penske on the far right. Paul Wolf, bottom right, crew chief for Joey Logano. Bottom left, Jonathan Hassler, crew chief for the 12. The organization that has worked so well together to get these two cars to this point. Just over half a second between Joey Logano.
About a half a second difference here. 12 laps to go for the number 12 to try to make the rundown comeback finish 2 weeks in a row. The best long run car late in the race, just like Martinsville, had to go from 10th to 1st on the final green flag run. Following this last restart, Blaney going to have to go from about 5th to 1st, but more ground to cover by way of interval between himself and Logano on what is probably even more of a difficult track to pass based on what we've seen so far throughout the course of the race today. 11 laps to go now. Logano has changed his line in turns 3 and 4. He's running wider. Blaney forced to have to run the bottom of the racetrack to try to gain ground on that end of the speedway. Turns 1 and 2, Blaney running a little bit lower on that end of the track as well. Slightly down below the apron. Joey Logano pretty much has the left side tires hooked onto the yellow line in 1 and 2 on that end of the racetrack. Through turns 3 and 4, Logano now runs the bottom. Blaney in the dirty air right there behind him. Logano trying to mirror drive. One of the best, if not the best, in this kind of a situation where a faster car is closing late. How many times have we seen Logano win a race under these circumstances? And how much has Ryan Blaney maybe abused his tires earlier in the run, trying to get by Larson, get by Byron? And obviously in the rundown on Joey Logano, will he have anything left for if he catches the 22, can he make the pass? 9 laps to go. Still a half a second difference. Entering turns 1 and 2. Lap cars are continuously getting out of the way of these two, fighting it out for the championship. Bigger gain through 1 and 2 that time for Ryan Blaney. He's about 3 to 4 car lengths off the lead as they'll be coming 8 to go when they circuit off turn 4 this time. Blaney uses the wider arc through turns 3 and 4. Logano down around the bottom. And 0.3 of a second off of the lead for Blaney that last time by. Blaney again through 1 and 2. Really rolls the center of the corner a little better than Logano on this end of the track. Runs even lower than the 22 again. And gains ground as they get by the 66 lap car. Through 3 and 4. Ryan Blaney just a little lower than Logano. Logano left the lane open on the bottom. Blaney is there. Car length, if that, off the lead with 7 to go. And the teammates are battling for a championship. Blaney going to look to the outer line now through 1 and 2. How much speed will he carry down the back? He's carrying quite a bit. He's got a run on Joey Logano as he inches closer. And into turns 3 and 4, it's Joey Logano trying to hold on. Blaney charged the corner entry. Pretty even getting back to the throttle on corner exit. 6 more laps to get around him. A 2-time champ trying to prevent another driver from becoming a 2-time champ. Both cars running extremely low through turns 1 and 2 that time. Blaney running as low as he could go with making the corner in the clean air. Byron in third is about 4 seconds off the lead, so if it stays green, it's just between these two. 5 laps to go for Logano as he continues to hold on. Ryan Blaney is there, but hasn't been close enough to get alongside the 22 car yet. Wider arc through turns 1 and 2 again. Slight wiggle of the wheel, and he's not going to be able to gain that time back down the straightaway. And Ryan Blaney actually lost time to Logano through turns 1 and 2. Back through 3 and 4, Logano maybe extends the lead just a little bit more again. And Blaney's got some catch-up to have to be done over the next lap or two to have another opportunity to try to sail it in and give himself a chance to make the pass on Logano for the race win. 3 laps to go at the line for Joey Logano. Ryan Blaney a full lane lower on the bottom of the track through 3 and 4, a bit more clean air. Logano's doing, again, a great job holding steady. Blaney goes to the apron through the dogleg, doing everything he can to get just a little bit closer to that of Joey Logano. 3 lap cars are closing up in the picture of these two leaders. Blaney gains ground through 1 and 2 again. 2 laps to go at the line. As they exit turn 4, Blaney able to hold a little bit tighter line on corner exit off 4 than what Logano was able to do, and it looked like the back of the 22 maybe wiggling a bit more. Into turns 1 and 2. Down on the yellow line on corner entry for Logano. Blaney enters wide, cuts down below it through the center, trying to diamond cut the corner, if you will. He's still about 2 to 2.5 car lengths off the lead entering turn 3. On the outside lane through 3 and 4, we'll see how much ground he'll gain off the exit of the corner. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Joey Logano. Blaney still about 2 car lengths off the lead. As they enter turns 1 and 2, how much grip does the 12 have on the outside? Goes way wide on entry. As they get to exit, he loses a ton of ground. And he almost gets up against the wall. Logano with a 3-car length lead into 3 and 4. One final time for Ryan Blaney as he tries to get it to stick. He's not going to get there. And Joey Logano wins the 2024 NASCAR Cup Series Championship. A 0.3 of a second margin of victory for the race and the title. And Joey Logano is now a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. A 1-2 finish in the points in the race for Penske. When he got there, just couldn't find a way around. And maybe the equal equipment just too much to overcome in those closing laps. We'll obviously get the post-race interviews on. This is probably going to be a longer post-race show compared to what we usually have. So be sure to stay tuned. And we'll go through those finishing results here for the actual race real quick before we, of course, get the interview from Joey Logano, who again is the race winner and the championship winner here today at Phoenix. Ryan Blaney ends up in 2nd, William Byron 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, and Christopher Bell 5th. Tyler Reddick in 6th, Bubba Wallace 7th, Chase Elliott 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10. Denny Hamlin in 11th, Noah Gragson 12th, Austin Cindric 13th, Alex Bowman 14th, and Brad Keselowski 15th. 16th for Harrison Burton, Martin Truex Jr. 17th, Carson Hocevar 18th, Ross Chastain 19th, and Todd Gilliland 20th. 19 cars finished on the lead lap in this one today. Kyle Busch 21st, Eric Jones 22nd, 23rd for Daniel Hemrick, Josh Berry 24th, Derek Kraus 25th, Jimmy Johnson 26th, 27th for Austin Dillon, Justin Haley 28th, Chase Briscoe 29th, and John Hunter Nemechek in 30th. 31st, Michael McDowell, Corey LaJoie 32nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 33rd. 34th for Kaz Grala, J.J. Yaley 35th, Chad Fincham 36th, Ryan Preece 37th, Jeb Burton 38th, Nate Smith 39th, and Ty Gibbs in 40th. 2 cars DNF'd in this one here today. Joey Logano leads 107 laps, led 2 different times. Stage 1 to the win in the stage, and then from the last restart to the checkered flag were the 2 times he was able to lead in this one. Ryan Blaney led 12 laps in the number 12. En route to finishing 2nd, William Byron led 19 laps. Most laps led in the race, Christopher Bell, who led 143. Blaney ended up also winning stage 2 in this one. Kyle Larson, 13 laps led. 7 for Chase Elliott, 9 for the pole sitter Martin Truex Jr., 1 for Alex Bowman, 1 for Todd Gilliland. 9 different drivers led at least 1 lap in the race. And we ended up having 16 lead changes total. 4 cautions, 2 for incident, lap 249, lap 2, and the 2 stage breaks at lap 60 and 185.
There's just something about these moments for Joey Logano and Paul Wolfe where they just come to life. They didn't have the most speed this year, but man, do they maximize their opportunities. And Joey Logano is now a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. Joey, what is it about these moments that make you and Paul absolutely come to life and find a different level?
I love the playoffs. I love it, man. What a race. What a Team Penske battle there at the end. Had a good restart. Was able to get in front of the 12 and a lot longer in speed there, and that's all I had there to hold them off. So man, 3 of them. It's really special, Marty, to get to that. And what a team to fight through today. We threw a little bit of adversity throughout the race, and man, I just can't thank Ford enough, and Shell and Pennzoil and Hunt Brothers Pizza, Paul Wolfe. I mean, what a crew chief do I have? I got the best team
I don't know if I'm the best driver, but I got the best team. And together we're very well-rounded and can show up when it matters the most. So we get a mentally tough team that can make things happen when it matters.
What did you find to keep your teammate Ryan Blaney behind you because he caught you awfully quick?
Coleman Presley. He was telling me where he was. All right, he's up there telling me best lanes to run, and it's a balance of putting dirty air on him and running the fastest laps for my forward. And we just got a little too tight there at the end, and I couldn't really wrap the bottom as good as I wanted to. So just 1-2 for Team Penske, 3 championships in a row since this next gen car. I couldn't be more proud of everyone at the shop that's built these things. This is our pit stall's way over there because of what happened. Kind of bummed out I don't see him out here yet.
As a team, Joey, you told me Tuesday we won at the right times. We kept pressure on everybody else. How much of this championship story is about maximizing the opportunities you had?
Yeah, the race started in Vegas for us, and the amount of work and effort that went into building this race car right here, the amount of time. I mean, I don't think anyone works harder than us. We're up at 6 a.m. this morning going over stuff, but the guys just want it bad, and I'm glad we delivered. It was looking iffy there for a minute, but that race restart was really the difference maker, and gosh, I'm so proud of the team.
Make it 10. Joey Logano becomes the 10th driver in NASCAR history with 3 championships. Joey Logano's the 2024 NASCAR Cup Series champion.
And you could tell there from Joey's response to Marty's questions, he was pushed hard by his teammate Ryan Blaney. But this spectacular year for Team Penske continues in all disciplines of their racing portfolio. And it was the 2 Team Penske Ford drivers, 1-2, with all the spoils going to Joey Logano, a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. And that's how much it means. Overcoming some setbacks. 3 weekends during the race, and the captain says, that's how we do it. We're here to win, and we know how to win really well.
Well, 3 championships in a row for Penske, Logano in 22, Blaney in 23, and oddly enough, they finished 1-2 in the championship in 2024. Logano getting it yet again. The even year prophecy continues. Seen that thrown around all playoff long for Logano, really ever since the DQ from Bowman back in the round of 8. This is going to be the 4th win for Joey Logano this season. 3rd in the playoffs, of course. Atlanta, Las Vegas, and here today at Phoenix. And that will put him at the 2nd. Again, margin of victory for the race win in the championship, 0.3 of a second. 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 16 seconds total time in the race. Average race speed of 105.81 miles per hour. And I was looking at it during the course of the breakdown, and I'll have to put it on the big screen here. But we have a tie in the fantasy league. I was looking at it to see who won the playoff championship during the Logano interview, there, and we have a tie. Now, luckily, this year only, I was going to give the championship to the top 2 for the tickets, so I don't have to decide who's going to get the tiebreaker because you guys both get it. So, congratulations to Inside Uranus and Hercules Harrigan. 3 points back coming in, 246 to 243. Hercules Harrigan beats Inside Uranus. Frank T26 and Troy the Great, who are also within 42 points. Troy the Great actually ended up, I think, beating Inside Uranus by 1 point, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe lost by a point. Frank T26 was behind all 3, so he definitely didn't win. But yeah, Inside Uranus gets the, well, it's a tie. I mean, it's a tie for the first time ever for the playoffs and for the KRC League here. Who would have thought? I mean, you score over 2,000 points between the 2 teams in the playoffs, and between those 2, congratulations. More on that in a moment. Here's Ryan Blaney.
He's okay. but it looks like you worked awfully, awfully hard to try to get your teammate there at the end.
Yeah, just worn out and just couldn't quite get there, and tried really hard to do so. Just restart didn't really work out, and just got too far away from me. It took me a while to kind of pass a couple guys, and just could never get by Joey, and yeah, ran out of time. But congrats to him, congrats to the 22 team and Penn Soil and Ford. They put together, great playoffs, and we're happy. And if we're gonna race somebody, I'm happy it was him for the championship, and happy to be 1-2 for Roger, 3 in a row for Roger. Super amazing and Ford, and on my side, I hate it for Menards. Advanced Auto Parts, Body Armor, Dex Imaging, Wabash at Worth Group. Everybody who really puts a lot of effort into our program, and just super fast. Just didn't quite have enough there at the end, and yeah, but at least the Penske car won it. But yeah, heck of a battle. Hope the fans enjoyed it, and yeah, hopefully we come back even stronger next year.
It was a great show. Once you got clear and started going to work, did you think you had him?
Yeah, I didn't know. I had to work really hard to get by the 5 and the 24, and Joey was pretty far away, and I was working really hard to try to get to Joey, so I was kind of nervous that if I ended up kind of getting close to him, a lot of my stuff would be burned off of it, and it kind of was, but I didn't have a choice. I couldn't really wait, so yeah, it just took too long. Just the restart just didn't play out for us. I feel like if I came out, behind Joey and didn't have kind of 2 cars in between us that I had to pass, I would have been able to have a better shot. But just the restart didn't work out, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. But so proud of the 12 team for their effort, and really, really happy with our year. And like I said, really happy for Roger Penske and Joey Logano and Paul Wolf and all those guys, and try to restack and go at it again.
We're proud of the show that you've been on. The reigning champ passes the cup to his teammate today, Kim.
Well, Dave, a valiant effort by William Byron and the 24 crew. Unfortunately, not quite enough. What did you need differently here today to come home with the championship?
We just need a little bit more. We were, I felt like we gave it all we had, and that's something to be proud of. We just didn't have enough to go fight with the Pitsy guys. So I could at times kind of inch up on them, but I felt like the short and the long run, they just were better, and kind of the mid portion of the run would be a little bit better. But Rudy made a great call. I was really proud of that. That was cool to give us a shot, and give us a shot of the front row, and ultimately netted out better. But yeah, just not quite enough. But so proud of this team, Exalta, Chevrolet, all of our partners. It's been a great year. To make the championship 4 and win the 500 is awesome, and I know what we need to work on, and we'll go at it next year.
Second straight championship of four appearance, leading without what you wanted. How much hungrier does that make you for 2025?
Makes you hungrier, but also just more experience of what it takes. And I feel like this style of track has been tough on us, and we made a lot of strides this year, but still more to go. So if we can just kind of inch up on this style of track, I know we're so good at all the other ones, and we can put it all together.
William Byron and his team come home third in the championship standings, Parker.
And finishing the 6th position was Tyler Reddick, 4th of the championship 4 competitors. And Tyler, it looked like maybe you just lacked a little bit of long run speed there at times. Is that what you needed to go compete with the others?
Yeah, I think we definitely got our Beast Camry better throughout the day. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, there was that one time there we were behind the other championship 4 cars, and they just kind of rubbed up all the way over time. So it was a good year for us, and everyone at 2311 to get to championship 4 and have a shot at it was nice. Yeah, we got to get a little bit better here in Phoenix, and obviously we're heavily motivated to do that, knowing championship sighted here. So good year for us. Proud of the effort. It's a lot to do, all the preparation, all the work that goes into this. It takes everybody, and we were close. We were just not quite good enough, unfortunately.
You had some incredible restarts, 3 and 4 wide around the outsides in turns 1 and 2. What inspired you to do that? I know that's sort of your modus operandi in a lot of respects, but what inspired you to do that?
Yeah, I just seemed like my best hope was to try and pass them on the restarts and hope I could hold them off on the long run. In stage 1, I was almost able to hold off the 12, but yeah, just as the race kept going forward, that's last restart in particular. I got outside the 12, but the 9 kind of washed up. So got to be aggressive, and that was, I feel like, my best shot at trying to get ahead of the others. And we fought hard all day. We didn't make any big mistakes that took ourselves out of it. We fought really hard. So a lot to be proud of. But obviously, when you come here, you want to leave here a champion. So we'll work on it and think about what we can do in the off season to get better here.
Guys, it was a valiant effort for Tyler Reddick and 2311 team. Incredible effort, regular season champion, and first time 2311 has made it into the championship four. And say when he needed to be aggressive, he gave us plenty of great moments, Tyler, not only today but throughout this season. And this is one to remember. It's Joey Logano, who is the champ. He is on the track. I want to remind you, we've got extended coverage coming up. NASCAR America post-race coverage on Peacock. That is coming up. And remember, Football Night in America, followed by Lions Texans. That's what's on the menu. How good must this feel for Joey Logano? Family on board, and the reality of the fact that he's a three-time NASCAR Cup Series champion starting to soak in. Only 10 drivers. See Austin Citrix. Only 10 drivers in NASCAR history after nearly 3,000 have taken a green flag. 10 have been able to win 3 championships or more. You mentioned it. This is rare air that he is joining an elite group. There was no question he was bound for the Hall of Fame, but now he's just risen above even more. Can I tell you something too? And for the two of you, and I used to, for the two of you who live in North Carolina, in everything that he's had going on in this championship run, he's done so much from a philanthropic standpoint for the people of Western North Carolina.
He is the mix that so many athletes have a hard time finding of when he puts his helmet on, he goes on the battlefield, he is a warrior. When he gets out of the car, he finds a way to be compassionate, loving, caring of other people. He gives of himself, gives a tremendous amount of time. And that's hard to find that balance. It's hard to understand how to do that. You and I, Steve, for years have said he is the guy in this sport that can do it. We both made the same opinion, is that he's probably the most valuable driver in the sport because he wins championships, he wins races, he flat out gets it done, and then out of the race car, you couldn't ask for somebody better. You couldn't ask for somebody that's going to do the right thing, going to work with your team to build the team, make it better, be a team player. He is a complete package, and the results show it.
And his teammate, Ryan Blaney, the defending champ coming into this race, was graceful all year as the champion and graceful in defeat. I appreciate the drive you put on a week ago to get to this point for the fans, and I appreciate the effort he put in today. There's Paul Wolfe. That man, Joey said it. Paul's a quiet guy, but he finds a way to unlock the puzzle like no one else. Think about this. You had Joey up at 6 a.m. reviewing whatever Paul thought was necessary, and you see why. Well, they had a 6:30 a.m. meeting back in 2022 when he won, so that's the magic, right? Those early morning meetings must continue. And reminding you that extended post-race coverage is coming up on Peacock. It's a signature move with the wheel. This is a guy who came into this sport as a teenager at a very high level at a very young age and has shown that he has been able to handle whatever has been thrown at him so well. There was a couple of blips there when he was a bit younger. There was a step back to step forward.
Yes, it was. And that it just shows you have to keep fighting. Everybody has bad years. Things aren't always easy. And it hasn't been for this guy. That can't be Hunter.
This is what it's about. Sharing it with the men and women of the team that work tirelessly. And by the way, it's not a very long off season before you've got to re-rack and get ready for the beginning of 2025. But this is the moment. This is why they work all year long for this. I can see our man Marty Snyder on the stage. Take it away, mate.
We have NASCAR President Steve Phelps, and we have Joey Logano, who's hugged everybody here at Phoenix Raceway today. Steve, I'll let you do the honors for the third time with Joey Logano.
Joey, if there's one word that describes you and this entire 22 team, it must be resilient. You guys came into the playoffs
the transfer and the win at Las Vegas, then to come here and when the stars shine most brightly, you guys are here. And that's why you, Joey Logano, are a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion.
I'll let you do the honors with the hardware, Steve.
Thank you. Joey, on behalf of everyone at NASCAR, the entire NASCAR industry, and the millions of fans we have around the world, it is my honor and my privilege to present the Bill France Cup to you and crown you as our 2024 Cup Series champion.
The Cup Series Championship trophy.
The Bill France Cup going to Joey Logano and Team Penske. Remember, our post-race coverage continues on Peacock. You'll hear from Joey and a whole lot more. And what a day. What a way for it to finish. Stevie, final thoughts.
This was the intangible. We talked about the 4 drivers coming in. Those last laps for Joey Logano were the things you can't measure, Jeff.
An incredibly hard fight, tall battle. Stepped up to the plate, made it happen.
Coming up next on NBC Football Night in America.
All right, so NBC going off the air here. The only other thing I want to go over is the actual pre-race predictions, how that ended up playing out. Again, a tie for the Fantasy League Championship for the playoffs. Again, congratulations to Inside Uranus and Hercules Harrigan for your co-championship for this season. You guys will both win the tickets for the NASCAR race of your choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. Obviously, I'll keep in contact with both of you throughout the offseason. Same for Monster Jam X10, who ended up winning our regular season championship earlier after the Southern 500 at Darlington in September. Congratulations to Joey Logano for winning the NASCAR Cup Series championship. Figured those 2 Penske cars were going to be the ones to beat. I picked the wrong one. I had Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano ended up winning the title. Blaney finishes second in the race and the Cup championship. All 4 of the championship 4 drivers did. Excuse me, got the hiccups here. Did get top 10 finishes. So 6 for Reddick, 3rd for Byron, again 2nd for Blaney, and 1st for Joey Logano. Actually, both of the non-championship 4 drivers, or all 3 of them that I had pegged to get a top 10 finish today, they did not finish in the top 10. Ross Chastain, 19th, he dropped like a rock from the start of the race. Started 3rd. He was out of the top 10 before the end of that first 60 lap stage 1. Martin Truex Jr. qualified on the pole. Once he lost the lead, he started dropping back too. Not as quickly as Chastain. But by the end of stage 2, he was outside the top 10, ultimately finished in 17th. And Austin Cindric, 13th today. Pretty much ran in the top 15 most of the day. Better than the 19 in the 1, but not quite as good to get up into the top 10. Drivers like Suarez and Buescher and Wallace came from deeper in the field at the start of the race to get to where they were at by the finish there, and they were just a little bit faster than, say, him. Noah Gragson as well finished a little bit better than Cindric. So 0 for 3 on those picks. 4 for 3 for the predictions up to this point. And then the 2 don't haves. Ty Gibbs to finish outside the top 10 was one of them. And the other driver, obviously, was Chris Buescher, who did get a top 10 and pretty much ran 7 through 10 for the second half of stage 2 following the green flag pit stops. He cycled out well. Obviously, great run on the long speed side of things during the long runs to get from where he was in the field at one point, which he started 24th, obviously, to getting to the top 10 and getting himself a good finish to end out the year strong for him in that 17 team. So 5 and 4 this weekend on the 9 overall predictions, which is about the same as we've been the last couple of weeks. Just didn't get the race winner right this week. Off by 1 spot. From the round of 8 opener, I took Christopher Bell at Vegas. He finished 2nd. And then I had 1st for Reddick at Homestead, 1st for Blaney last week, and 2nd for Blaney this week. So 2nd, 1st, and 2nd, boosting up that average finish for my picks for the season, essentially. 7 race win picks on the year. Step down, well, it's a step up, I think, from last year. I think last year I had 6. So we did go up 1 from where we were last year, but down from the year before that. And down from 2020 when I first started the channel. I was doing race predictions at the time. I wasn't doing the live commentary streams at that point, but ended up ultimately getting 10 of them that season. So I'll try to get back to those days next year. Thanks for everybody tuning in not just today, but all season long. It's your support in watching these streams, hitting that like button, subscribing. For those of you that haven't yet, make sure to do so on the like button and the subscribe portion of things. We're very close to 100 likes if we didn't get there already. We are at 100 likes. Okay, so we did get to 100. Didn't quite get to our goal of 150 here today. Some reason we have more views for the Xfinity race yesterday, which I find a little odd. But again, appreciate it, as always. And hopefully you enjoyed not only today's coverage, but our coverage all the way throughout the season. I'll keep working on my craft to get better on the commentary side of things. I feel like towards the end of the season, I don't know if it was like a burnout. I don't feel burnt out throughout the course of the, end of the season personally, but I do feel like I was stumbling on my speech a little more than usual. So I'm going to make sure I get better at that. Again, during the off season, maybe try to realistically commentate some of the video game stuff again like I used to try to get better there and give you guys some better content for when next season begins. Bowman Gray Stadium for the Busch Light Clash will be our next live commentary stream. Whenever the practice session is for that weekend, I would imagine it would probably be the Saturday before the race on Sunday, assuming it's a Sunday night again. So that will obviously be the first stream. We'll have a couple of them that weekend when we get back into the swing of things in 2025. We will still have video game content, obviously, throughout the off season. So close to daily content throughout the off season this year, more so than what we did last season. Looking forward to that, of course. So I will be seeing you guys on a regular basis still. But for those of you I don't see until next season for the NASCAR side of things, the real NASCAR side of things, have a great off season. Have a happy Thanksgiving here in a couple weeks. A Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and see you guys in February. Thanks for watching. And it's a bummer that Blaney ended up second. At least he won the championship last year, but nonetheless, congrats to Joey Logano down the home stretch. And getting his third career title, seeing NASCAR history here today. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of your night.